and toy news. This is Gen Z Report. Joining us live, the ultimate Marvel Legends and comic collector. He's got the power of youth. He's got the stories. It's Ashwan. Next up, the master of SH figure arts. His collection is legendary, his knowledge unrivaled. Say hello to Zion. And leading the charge, the one and only, the fearless McFarlane apologist and the agent who never sleeps. It's Agent Zman. The Gen Z Report. Your weekly dose of awesome starts now.
What is up, everyone? It is I, Agent Z-Man, and today is Gen Z Report, your weekly dose of awesome and great topics. Uh, we always do this crazy show from A to Z. I will introduce our co-host. So, of course, we have the lovely Ashwan,
Hello, everybody.
and of course, Zion. Good. Okay. So welcome to today's topic of Gen Z Report. This is going to be a ongoing series that we'll be doing, which is called Rank the Movies. So, in preparation, kind of to Avengers Doomsday, we're going to be discussing like each kind of like significant movies, like all in a bunch, and doing like a sort of like tier list, as kind of like ranking each film. So with this week's rank the movies, we're going to be tackling the X-Men movies. Now that includes the Wolverine movies. It's going to include the Deadpool movies. It's going to include all the Fox X-Men movies, including the bad ones. So get ready. It's going to be a wild ride. But of course, we all start off with our pickups. So I will be very quick, as we will be, like most of us will be on the Legends and Liquor tomorrow. So I'm very quick with mine, but if all my pickups, you can go on to Legends and Liquor tomorrow. So without further ado, let me get straight into it. Now, for me, today was quite a crazy. Of course, it was a free comic book day, so I might be stealing Ashwan's gimmick here with picking up some comics, but it was only two, so it was the free comic book day edition of Avengers Armageddon, and I cannot read that. Discedium from Image Comics, Omens. I can only read that one. So those two from there. And then also earlier on today, I had the honor or just kind of cool situation where me, Mark Tac, aka Tac Tac Toys, and Virtual Dave decided to go to ToyCon at where I got my lanyard here to prove that. Yep, so that. And I only picked up a few things from there because it's very much a retro toy kind of show, so it doesn't have that much like modern stuff. But I managed to pick up a complete Digimon, and it was I think Garurumon, if I'm correct. So I was able to pick that up for a tenner. So pretty good, pretty good. Then from this awesome booth from Angry Hedgehog, I was able to get a little skeleton. Not bad, not bad. and some Glyos because I know Cloud loves the Glyos, and especially with the Infinite Legions uh, doing their version. So I got this little dude here with the weapon effects that come with, like, that were made by this creator, Angry Hedgehog, who is a UK-based creator. So he made these like accessory weapons, like these green glowing ones, but he also does his own Glyos figures. So if you don't know Glyos, it's a lot of like you can make your own, do a bit part swapping and that stuff. So it's pretty fun. I managed to make this monstrosity right here. So it's already a bit chaotic, but there you go, there you go. And the last thing I picked up was after the Toy-Con, which was the Playmates Megazord, and it's the Black Mastodon Megazord, which are the arms, and obviously he comes with a sword, so you can put that in. So I am close to building the Megazord. I only need pink and yellow, so hopefully I'll get that soon. But those were my pickups. Now, before I move on to Ashwan, A to Z, I just wanted to check the chat. We had Keanu Leaves very early saying, "What up, Gen Z? I'm ready for the report." Yeah, we will be doing that today. And he says, "How are you guys? Everyone sound?" No, I'm audio. But yeah, now those were my pickups. Now on to Ashwan.
Well, it's clues in the name. Got the comics. So, fat stack this week. If you want to see some of them, then go to my YouTube, but I will show them off. I will say something already for next week's video. Is that because it's a bank holiday on Monday for us in the UK, that my comic video may be on the Thursday and not the Wednesday this week, just because my local comic shop like gets the order on the Wednesday, and then because normally how he does it is he gets the order on the Tuesday, sorts out for the Wednesday, but he's gonna get it for the Wednesday and sort out probably for the Thursday. So the video may be a bit later, but I'll still give it to you. Like, get the video out, but so I got comics, but I did get one figure this week, and it's a pretty sick one. I got Marvel Legends Grizzly.
Nice, awesome.
So got him. Won't be turning him into Ursa Major just because I'm probably, if I do end up getting some, like if I do end up wanting an Ursa Major, I'm just gonna backtrack and get the other one, to be honest. But got that, happy with that. He's gonna go on my Spider-Man shelf down there, so pretty cool. But of course, like I said, clues in the name, onto the comics. So of course, it was free comic book day today. Z-Man showed off some. And of course, so I got the Amazing Spider-Man Queen in Black storyline. So this is basically just a preview into the next issue of Amazing Spider-Man and a preview into Queen of Black, which comes out in July. And also there's a little showcase of Infernal Hulk. It's just a little preview of certain issues coming out soon, just to get you into comics even more. And because it's free, you can't really say no. Got that. I got Avengers Armageddon free comic book, so just a little preview into that, and also X-Men. I will say as well that the main reason why I have these as well is today was the opening of Forbidden Planet in Norwich, and so I went there today. But so I was there from 8 o'clock this morning till 11 o'clock, and so I was stood there for a fair bit. So I ate afterwards, but it's good time. I spent some money, so I'll get into that. But I will also say, like, if people were wondering because they heard about it, the Forbidden Planet in Norwich is not the same Forbidden Planet that are in most locations. So my dad told me, because I didn't know this, but Forbidden Planet's owners at the start, they split. And so they're like, one of the owners has got his own shop, one of his owners has got the own shop, and the main shop that is in most places is the one with that like red and black logo, like the main Forbidden Planet. But the Forbidden Planet in Norwich is like yellow and black, and it's completely different. But it's still got the same kind of stuff in there, but it's just a bit different. But anyways, I got this more so just because I really want to get the game. and just to tie it in, so I got the Lego Batman free comic book just because it says it ties into it. So if I'm gonna get the game, then better know a bit of lore. So got that.
Shout out
Also
to
got
Dan Hu. Shout out to Dan Hu. He says, "Yep, it's Forbidden Planet and Forbidden Planet International." And
yeah.
also, he says, "How? Not near the chat, but lagging." So,
But also DC Next Level, so shows off Lobo, Batwoman, and Deathstroke, which I all have issue 2s of. Don't have issue 1s, but like it's just like little previews of what to show. And then 2 comics that I did get today. I got Titan Comics Dead by Daylight Hillbilly issue 1. So if you're not aware of Dead by Daylight, it's a like horror game that you can play. And basically just more recently it got a comic book made, and I've been like, I was gonna ask my comic book shop to like if they were able to order it in, but I didn't bother, and I saw it in Forbidden Planet today, so I just felt like getting it. So got that, gonna give that a good read, flicked through it, looks very good. Had to get this because saw it in Forbidden Planet and knew. Got the Spider-Man Superman most recent comic book because I got the DC one, but I've got a Spider Ham and Crypto variant. But for this
nice.
one, I've got the A cover on the Marvel one.
Yeah.
And then to get into some back issues, but I got them this week. I got Exquisite Corpses issue 7. And to give you a rundown of what Exquisite Corpses is it's basically like a Hunger Games tournament, but for serial killers.
Oh.
So it's probably a bit graphic, so if you don't like that stuff, then wouldn't recommend it. But anyways, issue 8, issue 9, cool guy in a bunny costume. Issue 10, issue 11, and I haven't got issue 12, but issue 12 is either out soon or has been out for a fair bit, and they're stopping at issue 13. And so I'll be able to get that. Some of the older issues are harder to get, but I'm just going to try and get it bit by bit. One thing that came out, and I saw it in the shop today, and just felt like getting it because I got the first issue, but the first issue was to do with Absolute Batman, so then I got that. But Comics, the magazine, so it's just a little magazine that just tells you about comics, but it is like somewhat an ongoing thing, so I just thought I'd grab it just so then I somewhat know what's going on in the comic world. Got this Image title just because heard good things. Don't know whether if there's anyone in the chat that knows, then let me know. But I got Fireborn, and it's from the world of Lost Fantasy. And so this is to do the whole Lost Fantasy thing. Heard really good things, looks really good. But I just don't know whether I have to read anything else before reading this. So I'm not going to go into it too much. Also, hello, Andrew. Then, even though I said in the video, I know if John Morrissey is watching this, which he might not be, but he may not like me for these next couple things. Because I got Zatanna number 1. Because I didn't originally have this on my pull list, just because like I just didn't really know what it was going to be like, but I had a bit of money spare, so I just thought, right, I'm going to pick it up. I'm trying to get more DC number 1s just so I can learn a bit more about some DC characters, and I just felt like the cover looked really nice. She seemed like a good character. I've heard good things from numerous people about the character. She looks kind of cool. I might as well just give it a go. And then I got DC Vertigo is his own separate thing within DC. They've got Bleeding Hearts issue 1. Well, I got Bleeding Hearts issue 1, issue 2, and issue 3. And basically, what Bleeding Hearts is it's just like it's a zombie apocalypse kind of storyline. But it's more so like the zombies have taken over. So there's more zombies than there is humans. It's just the zombies taking over. They've got some sort of like they're actually somewhat intelligent. Like they actually know what they're doing somewhat. And this storyline follows the main character and his whole like story arc is basically like him not knowing whether he still wants to be a zombie, and so it goes into that. And then this week, mostly I think I've got Marvel left. This week was a pretty good week because I got Punisher issue 3, Punisher issue 1 and 2, very good, and so excited for this. And of course, to keep it on theme of movies, I got the Punisher Daredevil Born Again variant. So very good. I wanted to get this more so for the fact that if I do meet John Bernthal, then I can just get this signed. But also I just like the variant, so pretty cool.
Nice.
Also got to get David Nakayama color block variants. Get them every time. Love them. Looks great. Not really much else. 2 backtrack issues here. Got Amazing Spider-Man 18.
Nice.
And Amazing Spider-Man 12. There's a bit of a fuck up 12 with 18 and 20, and for some reason the company couldn't find it in their like warehouse or in their building, and so I got refunded for it. So now I'm going to have to try and get issue 12. So I only need issue 12, and then I'll be fully caught up on Amazing Spider-Man. So I'm gonna one of these days, because all of next week I've got off of college and stuff, so I'm thinking I might just sit down and try and read as much of Amazing Spider-Man as I can. So that'll be pretty good. Wonder Man issue 2, happy to get into that. Generation X23 issue 3, awesome. Uncanny X-Men issue 27, awesome looking cover. Got some core members that I like in it. So
see cool. Wolverine and
the main man. And then I got 2 trades. So every week, I've mentioned it before I mentioned it on my most recent video, is that every week, as well as my comics, I try and get a trade for that week.
Yeah.
Just so then, because normally I like to bring it to college and then read it one of the days when I'm on lunch or something. And so I just like to get into it. And this week I got Junkyard Joe. So Junkyard Joe follows a Vietnam like soldier that is like a robot kind of guy. And one of the most recent last weeks I got Geiger Volume 1, and the bloke at Comic Book Shop basically said that I should read this before reading Volume 2, just so I know a bit more about Joe. So got this, excited to give that a read. And then one trade that I got that I'm also got just because a lot of people were hyping it up and the employee was hyping it up, and I just thought that I might as well get it. A lot of people saying it's really good, is Assorted Crisis Events. So I'm not too sure what this is about, but like from what people are saying, that it's really good. And so I kind of didn't want to like miss up on it. I didn't really want to like leave it and then not be able to experience why it is so good. So I'm going to give that a read. I probably might try and read it tomorrow if I have a bit of time. May try to start it tomorrow, but yeah, that is everything for me.
Awesome. Just checking the chat, we had Scotty Toys. Good evening, boys. He was saying the Zatanna comic is a great one, so that's good. I mean, Zatanna's a great character. Like, I recommend watching her like Batman animated series appearance and her Justice League appearance. Those are like solid renditions of her. But yeah, then we also had Dan start getting on that DC hype now, because 2027 should be a great year for DC action figures. We'll be talking about that in a bit. But you know, yeah. So great pickups, Ashwan. Now we move from A to Z, Zion.
Do you remember last week when I said I was going on field trip like on this week? So I got 3 things from that trip. And first, I got the graphic novel for the Flash.
Nice. The Combat series. That's awesome.
Yeah. And I've read like half of it so far, and it's like, I like the story. It's very good.
Damn. You read as fast as Flash.
Yeah. because I got this Wednesday, and then started reading it on Thursday,
Nice.
and then I got this retro card Electro.
Nice. That's an awesome figure.
Hmm. Yeah, I had more fun with it than I thought, since it's like Electro. I've always liked him as a villain, and then having him go up against my Spider-Man. It's it's a very good figure for a good character. Now I just need to get
Yeah.
Vulture so I can recreate those scenes from the Spider-Man game.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I got this NASCAR from this store in that mall
Nice.
because I'm a really big NASCAR fan, and they had and this guy he's my favorite driver, and this is like race race win edition when he won the championship in 2024. So I'm gonna keep this inbox on display because like how it looks with like the winner circle and the card in the back, and with the whole like kind of like dome effect that it has, it just like
Mm.
looks better in the package than it would out.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it is the case that, action figures that have a nice packaging are meant to just be kept in that rather than open. So, pretty good.
And then today, it's free comic book day, so I got like some. So I got these two Project Superpowers comics.
Oh, very nice.
Mhm. I got this Wonder Woman issue.
We got a DC, like, proper DC train here, man.
Yeah.
Ironically, I didn't get any DC. I got Marvel and Image. Weird.
I got these two Green Lantern issues,
Oh, nice. You got Simon Baz
and
and Jessica Cruz. My
then-
favorite.
and from another green character, from one green character to another, Green Arrow.
Hey, nice.
Yeah. And then lastly, I have this Justice League comic.
Nice.
Mhm.
Some
And then
solid.
that's all for me.
Awesome. Those were some solid pickups. Now let's get straight into the toy news, as it will definitely be this. We're definitely going to be talking about some of the stuff, and then we'll get into our main topic. Now, straight away, start off. I know probably this is very obscure, but we have the Maestro Union Fist of the North Star Kenshiro 112 scale figure. For those who don't know, Fist of the North Star is one of those kind of like old school animes. Although there's a new Amazon Prime show, which is I mean this is all weeb shit, but he's a pretty cool guy. He is a practitioner of a martial arts that basically like explodes people. Like he touches or he will punch a certain um vital point, and it could like literally make the bad guy explode into like billions of pieces, like all bloody gory kind of thing, but it's all like martial arts as well. So um you have that. But this is Maestro Union's version of the main character Kenshiro. uh just wanted to show this because this is such a really cool figure, and it's kind of well timed with that Amazon show. So there you go. He looks very obviously more stylized. I think a lot of the Maestro Union stuff is very stylized. So kind of got that kind of like bling and gems and that stuff. So and the, like kind of asymmetry with a glove and non-glove hand. But yeah, comes with nunchucks. Uh, because pretty much Kendra is like a Bruce Lee motif, but more so he's just a martial artist. Got these awesome effect pieces for his 100 crack fists. So that's one of his moves he does. So like if you think of a lot of the animes that did the like punch barrage, this guy originated that, or he was the one who popularized it, and then everyone used it and sometimes overused it. But yeah, um, great figure. It does so it shows there all the accessories, probably real metal chain. It doesn't show in the pictures, but you can take off the vest. So you can have him shirtless if you want. There is no price right now. Um, Although, let me just check this BTS link and see if that has. Okay, it does have a price. The price is $99.99, and it has a $10 non-refundable down payment. So, if you want to pre-order it, there you go. But I know this is probably obscure, but are you guys interested in like either watching the show or picking this up? Or yeah, just starting off with the show because this is probably unknown.
Yeah, I didn't know about it, so I'll probably like do some like research about it and then see if I'm interested in it.
Nice. And Zion, what about you? Not Zion, Ashwan. What about you?
Personally, like, don't know about the show, but your description of it seems like I may watch it now. But personally, I wouldn't pay $100 or £100 for a figure when I don't know the character too well.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I mean, I think it's the case that it's it's something I wanted to share, kind of thing. But it's definitely a badass character, and I think a lot more people should know about him. But yeah, as we go on from obscure, we go to well known with the very like very new, fresh previews of the SH Figure Arts Spider-Man and Hulk from the Spider-Man Brand New Day film. So far we've only got a few shots of the Wall Crawler and the Green Goliath without the sort of balding hair that we saw from the Marvel Legends. But yeah, what do you guys think of these as compared to the Marvel Legends?
Um, I like how they look, and they definitely look. Well, the Hulk looks like better than the Legends.
Mm,
The Spider Man, I say it looks better, but it's not like a big jump from like
mm,
Legends to Figure Arts as like the Hulk is.
right.
And I like how they look. I definitely like how the aesthetic for the Hulk looks. He looks like basically like how the Hulk should look. They mastered the aesthetic, the coloring, the shading on these two. They look
Mm.
very good, and I just hope that the accessories make hopefully will enhance the figure and that they give the right amount of accessories.
Yeah, like so far with previews, we don't see as much. Hulk's got this screaming head. Let's hope he's got a normal head, and maybe Spider-Man a few other hands. It is made for SH Figure Arts after all, so they better have some accessories. But what about you, Ashwan? Uh, what are your thoughts on this SH Figure Arts?
They look very good. Like the Spider-Man and the Hulk, they look very good. But the only problem I have, even though of course I can cancel it, but literally yesterday I did pre-order the Marvel Legends for both of them, and
Mm,
so I don't know because the Hulk looks really good. It's just the fact of I wouldn't mind a figure arts Hulk within my Marvel Legends because personally it doesn't bother me as much as it does other people. But just like I may want to get the Legends one. I don't know just yet. I'm gonna like I said, I can cancel the pre-order of the Legends one, but also just depends on the price point of this because it's Hulk and because it's a bigger figure. I could see it being a fair bit more, and so that
yeah,
also plays into the decision on it. But to be fair though, if like people aren't gonna get the Legends and just wants representation of the movie, like depending on the accessories on this, like I could see why a lot of people are gonna buy this, and like even if they had a Peter Parker head with Spider Man, like they
mm,
haven't added that with the Legend, and so
yeah,
like that's gonna be a main thing that maybe people might look at when they look at accessories because, like I said, they haven't added it in the Legends figure. Like figure arts, you can of course do some cool you add like the joints on it. You can do probably way more cooler poses maybe. And so, yeah, they look like really good though, and I hope that this isn't the only two that we get for the movie because, like with Legends as well, I hope that we get more and that maybe Figure Arts delves more, because like a Figure Arts Scorpion I think would be pretty cool, just because of the joints and how like
Mm.
Figure Arts do their figures. Like maybe a Scorpion would look cool, but yeah.
For me, I'm like, a lot of people were complaining about the fact that Spider-Man didn't have his web shooters in the Marvel Legends figure. Although to play Hasbro's advocate, um, in the trailer there is shots where Spider-Man doesn't have web shooters. So clearly, it's a case of like at some point in the film he's going to lose it. If you've seen the trailer, then you can see the hints of that. But like obviously here you can see them in their glorious silver detail. Um, so that's kind of a one plus with that. And then obviously I think Hulk, like we've all said, he looks a lot better. Although he doesn't have the grays on the side. It could be that just from the side, like even here, it's not as great. It's kind of like the McFarlaneism where they didn't really give the gray siding parts on like certain characters like Kingdom Come Superman. I know we're mentioning McFarlane way too early in this stream, but yeah, no, it's definitely a strange sort of situation where we've got these two, and we already had these two from Marvel Legends go up on pre-order. I want to see more. So hopefully, we get more. But yeah, so we move from the Spider-Man and superheroes. Well, no, we're sticking with the theme of superheroes, but we move to the other side of the comics with DC, and technically, it's not even comics. This is the animated series, Batman 1/12 scale Scarecrow, or Batman animated series 1/12 scale Scarecrow. Now, for those who want to pre-order this, you've got the links here to Entertainment Earth, Big Bad Toy Store, The Chosen Prime, and all other kind of like stores. It's priced at $116, but I think with this case, it might be worth it. As you can see with the images here, he is pretty stacked. Of course, you've got the hands, the stand, but then this is where the cost actually kind of like it's kind of justified. Oh, dare I say it? Uh, so to break down the heads, you've got obviously unmasked Jonathan Crane. You have the head from the episode where Scarecrow is basically um, using fear toxin on pieces of card that he or letters that he gives to athletes so that he can rig the game of the sport. So he does it to tennis players, football players, and all sorts to kind of basically make more money because he's betting on the other team as
Mhm.
he's going to call these guys mass fear attack with these envelopes. And the episode Batman and Robin stop him, but this is that head.
He even got.
Uh,
Yeah, remember he even got Dick Grayson.
yeah, exactly. Because like he was like, what is this? And then Dick Grayson has this whole meltdown of like, he's like going through the heights and that stuff, and he's just like, oh, scared. Yeah, the Scarecrow. Yeah, and like the third head is what Scarecrow appeared in first. That was his first appearance, and then later on he got the kind of like the sack with the kind of hay hair, which you're getting. This third one is more of like the monster look. That like if you're in under the fear sort of situation, that's how it's going to work. But one of the things that's really interesting is that you also get different sets of teeth, sets of eyes, two different hairstyles, and like three different head portraits. So you're pretty much getting and also that's not all. You get like a probably like a just normal pistol or like a fear toxin gun with a bullet effect, three vials, and his awesome hand effect where he sprays the fear toxin onto unsuspected fools, um, or Batman and Robin. And then you've got the scythe and the two crows, which actually have like I think you can change the wings out. So yeah, what are your thoughts on the this offering from 1/12 scale? Is this gonna 1/12 collective Mezco? Are you going to be in for it? and finally get into the animated series, like figures that they've done, or are you kind of again standing back? But yeah, what are your thoughts, Ashwan and Zion?
Personally, I probably won't end up getting this, just because the Batman animated series doesn't really like hold with me as much as other people, just because I don't have a connection to it more so than other people do. And so, like, personally, I wouldn't buy it because I don't have a connection to it. And also, one main thing for me is, of course, sometimes price point. And I know this is going to be more on the expensive side. I don't tend to buy Mezco anyways. And so, if I was to get this line, then I would get Batman, and I wouldn't start on Scarecrow, personally.
Mhm.
But like the main from seeing these pictures and when you have been shown off the figures before, they every time I see them, they just look like they literally just look like they're plucked from the screen. They just look perfect as to what people want, and so I hope for people that buy this, aka you and other people, that you get more out of this line and don't just get four figures, because it would be better if you get a lot of people. And also just like it just looks great, to be honest, and I'm not surprised that a lot of people are happy about this, and that like it's just we're getting two more villains to fight Batman and Robin. Personally, I don't know if his design is like that different, but I want to see Two-Face next. I want to see what
Mm,
Two-Face looks like, just because of
that,
the
that
like kind of cloth goods suit. Because they use, I think Mezco use like kind of soft goods type thing.
yeah, that is definitely I think one of the kind of like things I think that's probably the next villain they're going for, just because like you said, cloth goods is their bread and butter. So I think that would be the case. But we've got Keanu Reeves saying that it's some serious Scarecrow head. Yeah, a lot of head here from Scarecrow. But yeah. What do you think, Zion? Are you going to be getting this and putting it into a basket and then trying to backtrack the other two or three? There's three.
Um, Mexico is not really my thing, and even though like I love the animated series and Scarecrow is one of my favorite Batman villains just in general. The price point at like 116 on top of Mexico not really being my thing, it'll just be like something I just like step back from and probably get the Mayflex Scarecrow or get or wait for Mattel to do their version of Scarecrow in their collector's line.
And would you want like a line done by Mattel of the animated series as, or would you just want a comic like classic Scarecrow, or do you want both?
Uh, yeah, I'll take both because even though I don't collect live action stuff, but I will dabble into like Gamerverse and animated series if it's like a
Mm.
show that I really like. Like if Mattel starts doing stuff from like the Batman and Superman animated series for like both of them, I would I would definitely be picking up those figures.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Can't wait for Mattel. But yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm still not on board because I think it's compulsive collector, you know, giving me guidance, being like, do not go for the cloth good. It's it's Mezco. Don't be burned. And like I've also had experience with a terrible version of a Mezco figure, so I know this is a newer and it doesn't have that kind of like fake pleather material. But I don't know. I think there's a lot of like, valid criticism of like, like Ashwan, you were saying, will they go deep into this line, or is it gonna just be very like limited? We hope they do more. I think one of the cases is doing a female figure. I think shout out to uh, the recap show, which happened Friday. So if you want to check that out, you can check that there. But David Evan Smith was also saying hopefully we get female uh, figures. So like a Poison Ivy or a Catwoman or at least a Harley Quinn to pair with the Joker. So it's definitely the case of like Mezco, you got like a good fan base for this line. Like a lot of people have praised um, these action figures, and especially with this kind of the praise of this scarecrow and how much like we get from this compared to the previous figures, and just in general, this is, I think, if you are a Mezco collector or you're a Batman animated series collector, this is definitely like so nostalgic. It's got heads from different episodes. So I think it's giving you everything you want from that animated series. Personally, for me, it's not for me because it's the cost. It's I can't take that, and plus it's Mezco, so it's the price as well. But yeah, uh, so we move from Mezco, and we still stick with kind of like import prices, as we do have the preview of an amazing Yamaguchi Deadshot now, or Revoltech Deadshot. Now, this is definitely something very interesting. Like, as you know, Amazing Yamaguchi usually, or like Revoltech, usually kind of do a stylized version of the figure where, he's got all this panel line and all that rubbish and whatnot. But to me, this is a very classic comic book Deadshot. Like the only thing is like maybe the silver, like usually it's gray. He's very shiny here, so um, it's definitely like an eye-catching figure, and it could fit with your Mafex kind of like figures that you've got, or even, I mean, they don't have many of like classic Batman, so I mean, Revoltech giving us a classic Deadshot. Why don't you give us a classic Batman? But uh, what do you guys think? But before we get to that, we have Justin collects. He says, "Hey fellas, hello." We also have Andrew again, Virtual Dave, saying a Mezco Mr. Freeze would be cool. Well, I mean, it would be proper chilling. I'm out. No. And of course, Justin goes, give me all the BTAS characters in this Mezco line. What like I know Ashwan, you don't have the nostalgia for all like proper, like you don't have the nostalgia for the BTAS, but what character would you want Mezco to do if you had like an idea? Like it could just be like a Batman character or villain that you would want to see. But who would you like?
Personally, just because I've always liked his character design, and I just want to see how they do it, is Bane.
Nice. Yeah, he'd definitely be a different body because mostly the Mezco stuff is like a similar body throughout. Like they do have like bigger body, more bulkier characters, but a Bane would be very interesting. And I wonder how they'll do his like veins. Would that be a different torso or something like that? But Zion, who would you pick as a character from B-Test that you would want done in the Mezco line or in general?
Um, maybe I'll say Catwoman because she was you can like pair up with Batman and then like they had all those like episodes together when they like teamed up and when Bruce had to like take her down. So it can be like
Mm,
both the like a hero and a villain that you can put her with.
yeah. Uh, I'm gonna go with like briefly while we're still talking about this BTAS characters. I would love a Condiment King. Let me get an image because I don't think
Hmm.
prepared for this amazing character. He's so great. He's one of the great
Pete Ca-
villains of. Yes, we have Condiment King right here, and I would love Mezco to do this figure. I mean, McFarlane technically did one, so come on, Mezco. Everyone wants it. Anyway, we move from the beta stuff and Deadshot from Rebel Tech, Amazing Yamaguchi. what are your thoughts on this lovely piece of DC goodness?
Personally, it looks very good. Like it looks like what it needs to be. It looks like it looks classic. Like I can tell a little bit of stylization, but not too much.
Mm.
But it looks good. I don't personally buy Revoltech, so I'm probably not gonna start. But if you want a classic Deadshot and like want it before maybe Mattel do one, then I would definitely get one. But because I don't know whether it will take long for Mattel to do one, because that's the only worry at the moment is we don't know what certain characters are going to do where and when. So then if some certain company does a classic one that you want, then I would probably go and get it if you wanted it, just in case. But it looks very good though.
Yeah. And Zion, what are your thoughts on this rendition of Floyd Lawton, aka Deadshot?
Okay, so I'm usually like buying like Rebel Tech figures, but then this version of Floyd looks, he's not like as stylized as like the figures normally do. And yeah, even though Mattel's doing their DC line, just like Ashwan said about how we don't know like which characters are gonna come out when, and Floyd Lawton, Deadshot, he's like kind of like underrated Batman villain. He's not like that. He When people think of like they don't automatically think of like Deadshot. So I think it'll like be like a good while before we get him in the DC Mattel line and even that the collector's line like in general. So I might get this and then like I can put him with my CT Toys Batman and his like rogues gallery of like villains. He can like fit
Mm.
in there. And then if DC makes their version of Deadshot, I'll just put that in the Mattel version of the DC display.
I
But I'll
like
have to see like a price. I'll have to see like a price point for this Deadshot though.
Yeah, so far, like I said, this is just a preview. We will find like they'll most likely do the reveal like later on next week. Usually that's the case with these kind of like previews, like we saw previously the Batman Beyond that Amazing Yamaguchi has done, and now there's a pre-order for that. So who knows what this price will be, but pretty good. I do like Scotty Toys going. Mess Toys will do this. See,
Hmm.
Mess Toys hasn't done any DC stuff. Like I know CT Toys have done it, but Mess Toys has only stuck with Marvel, and now they're obviously doing the Invincible figures. So it's kind of like who knows if they want to touch DC. That's the case, but who knows? Who knows? But yeah, I like the look. I want to see what the offering, like what accessories this will come with, like might have like effect pieces for the hand handguns that he's got, as well as obviously the gun. And I wonder if he's gonna come with an unmasked head, but who knows? So we'll move from uh, this DC. I'll move it straight to here because yeah, uh, we'll move from the high end of DC to the DC core line from Mattel. Now, disclaimer: this is not the more adult collector line. This is still the kids line, as this message says, child-oriented figure line. But here we have a two pack. It seems like these are going to be two packs. One with each with Batman, but one has a classic black and gray suit Batman and a Clayface. And then we also have a more tactical suit Batman with Killer Croc. For me, these look fun. I although like the Batman here does suffer from big head mode. I don't know if that's the picture or that's how the head sits on this figure. But you can see like from this shot of this tactical suit Batman, his head is a lot like smaller or more proportioned. But yeah, for me, I definitely will be. I think eagerly uh, there to check out the Killer Croc, because I do have the previous offering from Mattel where they did the Killer Croc, which let me show here. Oh, there we go. Here. This was their last, or one of their last, collecting connect or slash builder figures that they did, which was a Killer Croc, massive figure, open jaw. So, obviously what we see on here, it's more of the kids line. But you know what? To start off, we've got a Clayface movie coming out soon. So I think it's great that we're going to get a Clayface in the kids' toy line. And, who doesn't love Killer Croc? But what do you guys think? As this will be like the kids line, do you think this is like a good kind of like, okay, we're getting some rogues, or is this like, oh, this is trash? Oh, I can't believe Mattel's got the license. McFarlane did it better. I know you guys wouldn't say that, but I had to put it in there.
Personally, I think these look very good for what they are. Like, a lot of people were like 50-50 with Mattel with the line, and the more and more I see of new stuff coming out, I'm more confident with it. And I like just little 2-packs like this, just because even though it may take a fair bit that we get a Clayface, you could always go and just buy this one, maybe. Like, I don't know, of course, I don't know how long it will take them to do a collector's line Clayface, but the fact that they're putting certain characters in these 2-packs, or putting them in the basic line, like, or the core line, or whatever it's called. But I've always said it that with WWE, they do certain characters in the basic line that they won't do until in the elite line, like until like way later, or like certain costumes they'll put in the basic line. And so I like, depending on the certain stuff that gets added, I will most likely maybe chip in at certain stuff in this core line, just because like the amount of suits you can get from Batman in the core line, they're not going to make all collector's edition or collected lines of all the Batman suits, and so you can easily just make a whole like all the suits just in this line, and the Clayface just looks very good. Of course, it's more suited for the kids, so there's not as much posability. It's like a little bit gimmicky. So like on the head, I don't know if you can tell, but it's got some sort of like divot in the head, and so I don't know whether that's like you can take it out, or it's like a flip head like the Power Rangers that used to come out before,
Yeah.
or that come out before, or something like that. But it's more like gimmicky for kids.
Yeah.
And so, like you said, of course, the Clayface movie were coming out, which I hope kids don't watch. But of course, this ties into that. Then the Killer Croc, I must admit, it does look good. It's just he should be a bit bigger, but like kids line wise, I do get it. It's just I get why maybe people, like you said, like, oh, McFarlane done it better, this, that, and the other. Like, I do get maybe with this Killer Croc, but at the same time, it's meant for the kids, and so like it doesn't bother me as much. It's just that when they get to Killer Croc and do it in the like collection line that make him bigger, kind of thing, like then I'll be fine with it. If he's the same exact size, then yeah, run like go off on Mattel as much as you want, but at the moment in this 2-pack, like both of them look very good. Price point on them is probably going to be like 20 quid, I'm assuming, because that's normally the basic 2-packs here for WWE. But
Yeah.
they look good though. So
Just quick shout out to the chat. We do have Hinks Collectibles. Goes Clayface looks terrible. I mean, he is pretty much like he looks like a monster. So is that a compliment? Or he's more like refried beans kind of look. But we do have Keanu Reeves goes, I'm getting mid-90s 5 POA feels from these figures. To be fair, it does have more articulation with I think obviously when we get them in hand we'll see how they are. We do have Scotty going, the McFarlane animated series is amazing. Yeah. Because those are more carryovers from DC collectibles, but they have done some newer stuff like Condiment King and Clock King and some other kings. No, they haven't done that many kings, but they've done a good kind of thing. Also, Keanu Reeves, blue Batman with snorkel, white Batman with the snowboard. I mean, you gotta like entice the kids with like the Batman variants. Mattel, I'm not sure about. Like, yeah, I do think it is quite early to go for it, but I think I can zoom in. Like, it looks like it's. I did see. We don't know. It could be double jointed. I think there's wrist articulation. It's got, I think, maybe double jointed, like knees, maybe, and maybe waist articulation. This is just from judging here. Obviously, the clay face has just got like this is probably going to be part of an action figure, like action feature, and probably the hammer comes off, but it does have articulation here on this arm, like a bend in the bicep, kind of, or like a curl, and it's got little turd fingers. And like I think Ashwan is maybe on the money on here with like maybe it has a face feature like flick change, so maybe a more damaged head or more like half human, half clayface kind of thing. But yeah, Zion, what were your thoughts on these Mattel DC core figures?
Um, I like how they're getting like other characters in and not just well they're doing like Batman variants, but also giving like villains, and I think that's like a good thing for like the lower like kids line is like get them in. We're not only having the heroes, but they have to have like a villain to fight, and I think they'll like get them in most material of having like a hero and a villain, and then wanting to like learn more about her, like actually like watch like the cartoons or something, and yeah, these like they look good enough for the kids line, and they come and like they come with like some decent accessories, and I'll say that overall they look good enough.
Yeah, yeah, like we won't know until like we see them in hand how they will pose and that stuff. But from what we saw from like the toy fair until like what people have said, they look good. But yeah, we move from DC and we have our last piece of toy news. Um, and we did mention their name, but McFarlane it has a Vault collection opening on the 8th of May. We have no clue what this is about, so there we go. um, I'm assuming it's going to be a lot of like new reveals. So it's very strange. I mean, he had like they showed this kind of safe opening. Let's hope so. Okay, right. There we go. But yeah, May 8th, we have that. Was there any sort of other news that you guys wanted to talk about before we get to a main topic?
Did we ever talk about
Maybe
that Mess Toys
Daredevil.
Invincible that we mentioned?
The Mess Toys Invincible and also Daredevil. Let me see if I can get that the Mess Toys. I don't see them on here, but they did show. There was a more recent image. I think you read it of the Invincible, or I don't know what they're gonna call it. Unbeatable neighbor. No, it'd just be unbeatable man, like, and dad. So we got Mark here looking very very nice, like the paint looking very smooth, and you can see like the kind of similarity with the kind of like symbiote figure, but obviously this is more slender because he's more of a younger guy. And we do have his other outfit that he had in the show slash comics, so pretty good. We do get some shots of the other heads that will be coming with this not invincible figure. Um, I feel like some of yeah, pretty good, pretty good. And then we do get a tease of Omni Man or Dad. That's probably what they're gonna call him, or Alien Dad. So yeah, what are your thoughts on these Mess Toys Invincible figures?
Personally, they look like very good. Like from the Invincible, it looks very good. I'm assuming from the pictures that it's more comic based than TV show because it kind of looks more comic.
Mm.
But and so like I do still like it very much. And the Omni Man, even though of course it's only like grayed out, but like only an early um thing, but it looks very good. But my main thing is I'm still waiting on to see if Jada do much with it
Mm.
because their stuff that they've moved or their stuff that they've revealed and just like shown at certain shows is stuff from more recent seasons. Like in
Yeah.
my opinion, if you start an Invincible line, I would rather you start it from season one or start it from the first comic or whatever. Like
Yeah.
the fact that they've started it and they've near enough put you in season three or season four or whatever. Like they put you
Mm.
in with Conquest, Oliver, and Invincible. Like they gave you them three figures when I realistically think you should start from season one and have Invincible, Omni Man, and maybe Atom Eve or something. But that's just me. But these figures look very good though, and like never bought from Mez Toys before, so like I don't know what they're like, but I've heard good things from multiple people, and so I will definitely give these another look after the live stream and maybe just look over and see if I've got any pennies left over and might buy it.
Yeah. No. As someone who bought one of the Mess Toys, I think it was the symbiote neighbor, which is the symbiote Spider-Man. They're fairly like good price. I think like maybe 20 or 28 or something like that range. Great figures. Obviously, it's that kind of like amazing Yamaguchi style of articulation and posing, but they pose so fun, and it's definitely going to be like a figure that you'll be playing around with a lot. But Zion, what are your thoughts on this? These new kind of like renditions of these upcoming Mess Toys figures.
Um, so yeah, we have like the official Jada versions, but then when they revealed that a wave of like Mark Oliver and Conquest, I was like a little like shocked that they started from like season three. Like I get it, like
Hmm.
it was like the recent season, but it's just like Invincible. I mainly want like Invincible in like his like yellow blue like classic suit, and then my Mess Toys. I know how the arc is like with unlike how what you be saying, and then one of my best friends has the symbiote neighbor Spider-Man, and I was able to get like the feeling like how they like articulate like how they pose, and same with that they're not doing like invincible stuff, and it's just like these can be like placeholders until like Jada does their versions of it, because they also make an Omni Man, and we don't have the version for that with the official Jada version. So like those two, we can have them for now, and probably like better articulation than the official ones, to be honest. And I'm very looking forward to see like the full color version of what they do with Nolan,
Yeah.
and it seems like how good like the painting looks, because the painting on Mark looks amazing for like both suits. So I'm just the fact that we get like a cloth cape with this Omni Man makes it even better. And
Mm.
I'm hoping that they dab into like other characters. Like I would love like a Thrag.
Mm. He'd be sick. Yeah, I think Ashwan, you might be on the money with like these looking more like the comic looks, because like if I go to the Mark, like the head sculpts scream the comic, like that kind of styling, because the show is very soft and angular, whereas these look like the art style, or at least kind of like more realistic, and especially kind of like here kind of like tones compared to the Jada one. It feels more like the comic one. So this might be an interesting thing, because we know we're getting the Jada figures, like you've mentioned, like you both mentioned. We've got Invincible, Oliver, and Conquest. and those are very like that's the show version. And I think Jun from Jade Toys, he doesn't know, like he's not dabbling into the comics much, so I think those figures are definitely of the show. And then we've got Super Seven, which we have no clue what they're doing, but we know they're doing Invincible figures, but it's not sure if they're doing comic or the show ones. I think with Super Seven's kind of like aesthetic, it would make sense to do the show, but then you got two companies doing the show figures. So I thought, oh, there's a gap before like the comic figures, and then lo and behold, Mess Toys here just being like, hold my you know my neighbor sort of like situation of like Spider-Man figures because they were like, yep, we're dropping this. But yeah, we'll find out later on like what the kind of like pre-order situation will be and like what these figures will come. Obviously, we've seen these heads, which is pretty good like indication of like what we'll be getting. But also, I wonder if they're going to come with punch effects or all sorts, because pretty much like it's not like a Spider-Man where you can have like whip hands and web effects. So I wonder what these figures will come with. But yeah, and also Omni Man or Dad. Um, he's looking really cool. You can see like the sculpted lines for the O and like the kind of like glove outlines and everything. So I'm intrigued on how this will work, but definitely good to see that they're working on an Omni Man to pair with this Invincible. But yeah, that is from the toys. Uh, we've got Mahmoud Allen hyphen H5J. Do you have you heard Gru versus Megamind Death Battle? I think I've seen like the thumbnail, but I mean Death Battle is so crazy. They did the whole Goku versus Superman 3 times just to prove who would win. If you want to know, watch those videos. I mean, this is a shameless plug. Not shameless. I don't even know Death Battle that first, but if you want to watch those videos, watch those there. Um, but I haven't seen the Guru versus Megamind, so maybe I need to check that out. But we move strictly uh, away from the toy news and now to the main topic of rank the movies. Now we're going to be using a tier list for these X-Men movies, and we'll kind of play with the rule of like each of us will pick the film. So obviously we're going to do it each by host. So I'll go first, and then we'll kind of I'll summarize the film if people haven't seen the film, yeah. And then also kind of like come to a collective ranking. So like I'll go and put it first, but then we'll like see if that's similar to what other like we all think of, and then we'll put like what we all think it should be. So whether it's like for starters, we'll start off with the first X-Man film or X-Men film, not X-Man. They didn't make a film about Nick Gray. So we have X-Men, the first movie from the Fox universe. Pretty much just an introduction of the X-Men. You had Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, you know, everyone's kind of like debut. You had the whole story with Rogue. She's kind of running around, running away. She's with Wolverine, and then X-Men show up, but Magneto also needs Rogue to do his evil plan to kind of like destroy humanity, and then eventually the X-Men defeat him. There's your quick synopsis. But for me, I think I'm gonna put the X-Men film an A. Now let's all discuss. Is that what you would put for your ranking? And we'll kind of like do a collative sort of like uh, rank of what this film. But so far for me, I put it as A. Ashwan, what do you think?
I think it is good at A. I would say like maybe S for me personally, just because I love it that much. But I'm
Mm,
happy with where it is. Like if we have an S as like 10 out of 10, like top tier, like nothing can beat it, then I can see why it's A. Just because one of the main things with them X-Men films is the like CGI claws look a bit iffy.
Hmm.
But because I know some people have problems with that, and so like if you take that into account, then maybe. But I'd still say like I think A is perfect for me personally.
Okay. And Zion, do you have any objection to this ranking? Do you think it's S or B?
Now, um, I, I mentioned before that I wasn't really too big on like X-Men, but this movie franchise, I love this movie franchise. Like, like they have a bunch of good movies, and this was like being a start of it. When I first watched it, I was like, and I do think it's A tier because of like what they was able to do. They was able to like establish like all these characters, the heroes, the villains, and the humanity, and like the world in general, all in that one movie, and that all feel like one contained story. They pulled it off very well, and I would say that is definitely an A tier.
Yeah. So we've all come to a collective vote that X-Men, the first film of the X-Men universe, will go to A tier. Now let's move towards the next film, and Ashwan, this is X-Men 2. What would you rank it as?
Personally, I would put it A, but I would put it above the first one
Okay,
if we're
so we'll
doing
put it
that.
here. So yeah, that's there. Um, Zion, do you agree to this ranking, or would you move it up or below?
X2, I would say for me it's S tier because sequels like in general, I'm I'm a person who like normally prefers like the first movie over like in like sequel, but there's just like that like list of like sequels that just like improves the first movie and introducing like other concepts and basically just like it's like an overall better movie. And X2 is one of those. The way that they like expand on Wolverine's like lore, talk about his like backstory, and they brought back Magneto, having him as like a ally, but then like also like an antagonistic force of like a foil, bringing in Stryker and Lady Deathstrike, and just having like set up a lot of things like the future, but they also pay off a lot of things that happened in like the first movie. And it's just the cast the cast is like amazing. The performances were better than the first one, and the story better than this one. The only thing about this movie that I would say that's like a major negative is like how they handle Cyclops in it. And that'll be like an ongoing theme for like this franchise as a whole. So I can't really like hold that accountable for X2. But yeah.
Okay, so we have a disagreement for the first time. We have Zion's vote. Currently, we have X2 now moved up to S. Now, I could easily change this dramatic change of ranking, but from as like a synopsis, it's continuation of the film, but we have more of we get Blast from the Past for Wolverine of Stryker. We get the appearance of Nightcrawler, and sort of his kind of like we have a sort of kind of like team up to exa- uh, with the X-Men and the Brotherhood, because Stryker is like experimenting on mutants, and they also like invade the X Mansion, where we had like a lot of appearances of other characters like Colossus, and I'm pretty sure we had the full kind of like we got Iceman and Pyro introduced into these films, and of course, as Keanu Reeves puts it, X2 was best X-Men movie for two reasons: Thank you and beautiful movies. Yes, she played Lady Deathstrike, in the film. So we did have that scene of her fighting Logan. So that was an iconic fight scene. But with that, I am gonna have to agree with Zion. I do believe it's like I I do agree. Like it's definitely better than the first film. Like there's definitely more involved and more characters we get to see in this universe be built up. Um, and I think the ending was promising of the fact that they destroy Alkali Base, but Jean Grey does the ultimate sacrifice. Uh, well, it's believed the ultimate sacrifice of letting everyone fly off in the X jet, so like to safety while she stops the kind of like barrage of water, the kind of like wave that's coming. So then, unfortunately, it ends off with her kind of like supposed death. But yeah, I'm going to agree with Zion with this upper ranking for X2. Now, we can always, like, once we've put all the rankings, we can definitely change as when we see other films put up on here. But so far, we have X-Men 1 on, or X-Men as A tier, and then we have X2 on B tier. Now, uh, here comes the ultimate changer. Now, Zion, you have the privilege to be ranking X-Men Last Stand or X-Men 3. Now, where do you put this?
Or X3 as I call it. So X3 is a part of that trend in the 2000s with Marvel movies where like the third movie was always like that, the black sheep of it. We had like Blade Trinity, Spider-Man 3, and X-Men 3, where after like the peak second movie for each trilogy, they like dropped the ball with the third movie. Now, not all of them are like bad. Like Spider-Man 3 it's not bad. It's just that it's like too much going on, and Blade is like a whole different story. But for X3, I would say C tier
Oh,
because even because there are like worse movies in the franchise than X-Men 3, and it was just that they set up like a lot of things, and there was like too much stories going on, and like they had like the story of like the Cure, they had the Phoenix Saga with like Jean Grey, and it was just those like storylines didn't really like clash very well, and they but this movie does have some like highlights, like they continued like the that Bobby and Pyro had from X2. They like fully fulfilled that, and they made Iceman's journey from like being able to like really not having like his way with his powers at first, only him like shoot ice, to like that end of the movie where he was able to become like what we know from the comics, like to fully turn into ice. We had like new characters like Beast, played by the one of the best actors, Kelsey Grammer, and introduction of Angel. Now, Angel, unlike Beast, who was a good addition to the movie, Angel was like, it seemed like he was like forced into the movie, and he didn't really like have a place in it. He just showed up out of nowhere, and I think that his characters could have been handled well. And Magneto going back to a villain, I think that he should have been. Yeah, Magneto, he'll be in the movie, but not be like the main villain. I don't think he should have been like the main villain of this movie again. And just that, like the final battle, it was just with Jean Grey. It was just not that good and not what we expected. Like the whole Phoenix saga to be, and it could have been better. And I understand there was much like controversy with like the actors that we're not gonna go into, and the whole thing with like Cyclops again not being treated well with these movies. Overall, I'll say for me, it's like C tier because it's not a good movie, but it's also not a bad movie.
Okay,
I'll say it's like middle.
fair enough. That's a valid point. Now, Ashwan, do you object to this ruling of the tier for X-Men Last Stand?
Right. I don't think the movie's bad. I just think the decisions in the movie are bad. Like the movie's a bit iffy, this, that, and the other. I would say C is pretty good. I would maybe move it to D, but I probably will keep it at C. Just because more so the fact that they kill off Cyclops, which is. I get the whole storyline, but personally, it's not a good thing.
Mhm.
Mystique loses her powers, like that.
Mm.
They introduce like so many characters in this film, and then they just easily just get done like that. Like a load of like different mutants that are from these like camps. They just introduce and put them in with a massive fight, and you don't even get to really know them too well. They're like got like 30 seconds of screen time, then they're just dead. And like it's just most of like the people in it I do like I like Colossus appearing in it, but it's more so just a thing of like because this is kind of the somewhat end of this trilogy. I just wanted to see a bit more of these characters, but I think C is perfect though. If not, then yeah.
Yeah, solid point. Now, um, I have to agree. Like, C is a good point for this. But I'm slowly, like, I think I'm gonna keep it at C. I was forever scarred as a child when we saw the scene of like in the beginning where Angel's cutting his wings. Um, very disturbing scene. And I think that kid was also like in, Peter Pan or something like that. So it was like weird. He's just fully cutting such a disturbing scene to start off an X-Men film. And then, like you said, we have the death of Cyclops. We did have the uh, iconic casting for Juggernaut. Um, I mean, the iconic line, "I'm the Juggernaut, bitch." Yeah, I mean, like that's an iconic line, and like I think he kind of like for me kept it from going to like D. Yeah, sure. Um, Juggernaut is not a mutant, so they didn't really get to like explore his character. Like you said, there were so many characters introduced. Like I bet a lot of people didn't realize that Psylocke is in the film. Can you tell who she was? You can't because she's just there. So, she talks, but no one like gets the outfits. I think one of the things that hurts these first three films, at least with the main roster, they got their outfits, but a lot of like the characters like from the Brotherhood. I mean, Sabretooth kept like this kind of like hobo looking uh, attire, which kind of worked, Sabretooth, but um, Pyro only got like hand gauntlet fire things. So he didn't even get an outfit. Um, like I said, Psylocke's in there, but you probably wouldn't even recognize. You also had Porcupine, crazy character, but it's like, why? I think Beast is also a saving point for the film. Iceman, always loved Bobby Drake. He's underrated X-Men character, and it was definitely a weird choice because I don't think like it was discussed because like he was only introduced in the second film, or like he was in the first film slightly, maybe, but not as like a like how in the comics the original lineup is Cyclops, Jean Grey, Beast, Prefer, and Angel and Iceman. So it's like it's definitely like with these films they wanted to go with a more up to date cast. Like you had Storm and Wolverine, part of like kind of like that the second generation lineup. But yeah, weird film. It also had, like you said, the Cure thing, which kind of was like, Also, Magneto again, fully done in by those needles. But then there's the hint at the end. He can move a chess piece. And of course, the butchering of the like Phoenix saga, because boy, killing off Xavier, not a great choice, but it's not his first time. Well, it was his first time getting killed by the Phoenix Force, and it would happen again in the comics, but not by Jean Grey, but by Cyclops. So ugh, I don't think Xavier loves the Phoenix Force, and we don't like the how they've done the Dark Phoenix. But this was the first time, and it was okay. It could definitely be a lot worse. Hint, hint. But I would definitely keep this film as a C. It's okay. It could definitely be moved lower as we go through this list. But yeah, there we have the first three films of I think the Fox films of X-Men. Now, we'll move on to X-Men Origins Wolverine. Now, so this this is definitely a wild film because, of course, it is it's a great introduction of like the origin of Wolverine. We get to see when he was James Howlett living, like before he got like his mutant powers surfaced, and then his relationship with Victor Creed, aka Sabretooth. But that being said, and like obviously we have the origin of him getting adamantium, but for me, I'm gonna put this at like, oh, I think I'm gonna put this on a D tier. Reasons, I'll just say one character that completely f's the film: Deadpool or Ryan Reynolds in this film. Need I say more? Or if you want to know, Baraka. Not really Deadpool, more like Baraka. But I'm gonna put it on D tier. I think there's definitely some good moments, and it did spawn a great video game. But moving that video game aside, the film is atrocious. But we'll go, Ashwan. Do you object to this ranking of X-Men Origins Wolverine?
Personally, no. Just because, like, my main thinking of it, like, when I was a kid and I watched it, I had fun with it. But, like, the more that, like, I get older and I watch it, I then just, like, know stuff more so now. And it's just the whole involvement of, like, his origin, and then you introduce Gambit into it, he's iffy. Like when he's not mentioned throughout all the other Fox stuff, he's then just mentioned in this. Cyclops debuts in it and is younger than Wolverine, or like looks way younger than Wolverine. When they both kind of look the same age, even though Wolverine's meant to be like old because he's from World War II. But like the actors look somewhat the same age or close in bracket. In this, he's like an older. I think I'd say at least like he's in high school because you see the scene where he's in high school, and then like Emma Frost is is in it. You don't see anything else with her, and like until another film that we'll get into, but like that is apparently like linked up. But then like it's just how how they show off some certain characters in this is kind of weird because if they're all like connected, then it just doesn't make sense age wise. Like if you just think of like the age of these characters and just how they're shown, like it doesn't make sense. And also just the Deadpool, but like I don't think I need to really speak too much on the Deadpool in the film, but of course that happened, and like I don't mind the Sabretooth actor. Like he's all right. It's just like when I think of Sabretooth, I do think of Tyler Mane or
Mm,
or like a comic book one, and I feel like Tyler Mane, just because there's more so of his stature and his build, it suits more Sabretooth than the actor in this film. But
mm.
Personally, I'll keep it a D. I would understand like if you did put it in F, but I personally still think that you get you get a film with Wolverine doing cool shit. It's got to at least not be an F, in my opinion. So
Mm. And quickly before I want everyone to witness the look of you know Deadpool in this film, because I think it was definitely, if you hadn't seen it, feast your eyes on this monstrosity, because my gosh, was it what was it just yeah, look at that, look at this freak. That's Deadpool. That's Deadpool. They had this weird sort of amalgamation of like, oh, he's got Cyclops' eyes, he's like the laser beam, he's got the adamantium rod on his arms, looking more like Baraka from Mortal Kombat. But then, like, the thing to like make this shit Sunday even worse, you zipped his mouth. You zipped the merc with the mouth, and he is not speaking the entire film. Well, no, not the entire film, but this entire fight scene with him and Wolverine and Victor, as you say. But yeah, yeah, look at that. That's weird. Also, heat claws. Didn't realize that was in the film, but yeah, yeah. Um, so I fair enough, Ashwan. Now, Zion, do you object and want to put this even lower, or is it okay in the D tier?
The Wolverine movies are the only like action movies that I've like been watching since like when I was like a like a like very little kid. And the Wolverine, this one and the second one, I always thought they were like cool, fun movies. But now like rewatching them, it's when we watched the whole like X-Men thing for the first time, and I watched these with them a few years ago. Yeah, this one is not very good, and I'll keep it in detail because even though it does have like some cool concepts, and like it's like you can see like what they were going with, like the origin, telling like the Weapon X story, and it's and just that this movie has a lot of like contradictions that we just can't ignore. Like the Emma Frost, if it's supposed to be like the same timeline, it doesn't make sense. The Cyclops, the age also doesn't make sense. And at the end when Charles was like walking, he the next movie we're gonna get to that contradicts it. And I'm like a guy who like analyzes like a lot of stuff, and like those like continuity. So like whenever like I see this, I'm like that's not supposed to be. And and I understand what they were doing with like Stryker having like and it was already at the time that Stryker was the owner like the Weapon X, and having like Sabretooth in it I think was like a good choice, and developing that relationship with him and Victor, having them be brothers. I like that change, and they I don't think Sabretooth was like done. He was done good in this movie compared to other characters like Gambit, who was just there, and Deadpool or Deadpool in like quotation marks, and yeah, and also that adamantium bullet that's gonna come back later when we talk about another movie, because in this movie that's apparently how he got amnesia, but that doesn't make sense, and we'll get to why that doesn't make sense in like a future movie. But yeah, this X-Men Origins, a movie is like bad when they have to cancel their future plans and have to like redo it, because this movie was the one. This movie doing bad is the reason why they canceled like X-Men Origins Magneto, X-Men Origins like Nightcrawler, and had like retooled that to the next movie that we were talking about. But overall, I would like to keep this in D tier.
Fair enough. There's been no objections so far. I mean, we did have a few objections, but then they're fine. So we've got an even, like Keanu Reeves has said, lovely, even spread there. Very, but I think there's going to be some chaos soon. Not now, but Ashwan, you have the privilege to rank X-Men first class. Is it first class or is it?
Right.
But wait.
Personally, for me, which some people may not think, but I personally think it. I think it's S tier.
Oh, not C. S tier. And would you rank it higher than X2?
No, lower.
Okay. Now
It's
give
just
us your reason.
so, like, it's one of the main ones that I remember watching as a kid, and because like the whole timeline thing, I just liked it. Like, I love James McElroy as Professor X. Like, and then Michael Fassbender as Magneto. I just think them two just as a dynamic. Just even though we've got Ian McKellen and what's his name again? I forgot.
Patrick Stewart.
That's it. Yeah.
Patrick Stewart.
You got them two in the older films. Like their dynamic is very good. But I like the young cast. I like the introduction of Banshee, Havoc. Of course, you got Jennifer Lawrence as Mystique. You've got Beast, which looks a bit odd in this, but like it looks fine. And like, of course, this movie completely contradicts the last one because Emma Frost is in this, and so like it completely contradicts the last one because in the last one she's like at least she's not the same. Well, she's clearly younger than Professor X, and yet they look like somewhat the same age, if not maybe she's a bit older, he's a bit older. But like the villains in it, you've got Azazel, Sebastian Shaw. I'm not too sure on the other two characters' names, like the
Angel.
Oh,
Angel's
yeah,
the one with like the
Oh
wings.
yeah.
Who's, like,
Who was
the
played by?
whirlwind guy?
Yeah. So this guy, I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be Avalanche. That's what because he would do the kind of tremors and that stuff. I think that's who. Let me double check. Let me get the facts straight. X-Men first class, not feet. Weird. I don't know who said that. Let's see here. No, he was Riptide. Let's see who the comic version of Riptide is. So yeah, he was Riptide, and this is his comic look. So yeah, not exactly. I mean, it's just a guy in a suit. But yes, we like you were mentioning, we had Azazel here, Emma Frost in the Hellfire Club. So shout out Hellfire Hank. He wasn't here. No Hellfire Hank. Immediate, immediate deduction. But continue, Ashman. You were talking about how they had Riptide.
Yeah, they have Sebastian Shaw, which I didn't realize until I saw like some episode bring it up, and then they completely they went or some podcast bring it up, and then they went into it. Sebastian Shaw's name in the film is Black King. His name
Mhm.
in credits and stuff, he isn't known as Sebastian Shaw or this, that, and the other. And so I just thought that was kind of weird, to be honest, because if people don't really know of Sebastian Shaw, I would have to give him. But I personally really love this film. Just all the characters introduced in it, and you delve into the backstory of Magneto, and so how Sebastian Shaw affected him as a kid, and he was the main reason, and why Magneto's mother died when he was a kid, and like you have the scene. I mean, spoilers, but like it's come out. It's been out ages. If you haven't watched it, then it's on you. But like it's just you have the whole like kind of end battle where Charles. So Magneto is like taking or Magneto's defeating Sebastian Shaw, and then Charles then gets in the mind of Sebastian Shaw because Magneto takes the helmet off him, and you have this cool scene where he's like, so where Magneto puts the coin into Sebastian Shaw's head, but it's Professor X feeling it because he's in the mind of it, and I like that scene so much, and just like how it ties back into like the whole coin thing of when he was young and like the whole backstory, and also like one thing that I forgot to mention in this whole film is the training montages are pretty cool. Like you got the whole scene of Havoc in like the little bunker. You got Banshee like getting thrown out the window, which is kind of funny. You've got Magneto like turning the satellite dish, and then Banshee wailing around it, which looked kind of cool. The only main thing that I kind of don't like about these movies, but I'd still give it an S tier, is the involvement of the I can't remember the actor's name, but it's like the woman agent that is just for some reason there.
Moira McTaggart.
Moira McTaggart.
Like I get it in a story sense, but in most of these films that they're a part of, she's just like there and she's just on a mission, even though it's like a deadly mission, this, that, and the other. She's just a normal agent woman who just is just there. And it's just like I kind of get the involvement, but like I get why maybe you and Zion would put this a bit low because they did do Darwin dirty in this film. And so I do get it because like I talk to my cousin about it all the time that he's supposed to adapt to anything. So realistically he'd probably be like too OP in this film. And so I think that's why they probably killed him off. Because I think honestly if it weren't for them killing him off, that I think the X-Men would have probably won fairly easily, maybe. But because he's supposed to adapt to something, and Sebastian Shaw puts something in his mouth and he just explodes. Like that's the two main gripes I have with this film. But personally, just from everything else in it, I would still personally give it S tier. But yeah.
Well, some strong feelings, and also, but you've put it on S tier. However, Zion, what do you think? Does it belong in the S tier, or shall it go down?
This belongs in F. So, I actually agree. I agree with Ashwan that this should be in S tier because this is actually my favorite out of the 4 prequels. What you call the 4? Like this Future Past and Apocalypse. Yeah, what would we call that?
I guess we call it the prequels. Yeah, we'll call it the prequels because it's kind of like not in the same boat as like X-Men Origins Wolverine, because that's a standalone, but this is a whole new trilogy. So yes, I'd say the prequel X-Men.
Yeah, well, this is actually my favorite out the 4 prequels because of a lot of things, and what Ashman said about the criticisms, they're valid. But then the Darwin thing can also be said about Cyclops in X2, and that's a S tier movie. So that doesn't really like take away like how like good the movie is, and I like how out of both timelines of the X-Men, this is the only movie that happens in both timelines. For the original trilogy and for the prequels. And I like how they established the relationship between like Charles and Eric, how they were like best friends. You had them meet, and they become allies. They become like best friends, and then they become at the end of the movie. You can see how they go on to like different paths. I thought that was done very well, and the chemistry that these actors have with each other is amazing, and I actually prefer the chemistry between these two over the ones Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen.
Oh,
Be- because it because of how like you to because like, we was able to like see like their whole like chapter of them like meeting, then becoming like allies, best friends, and then becoming enemies. While like we didn't really get to see like in the like original trilogy of like them like actually like having like that mutual like respect for each other like we do see here. And Sebastian Shaw, he was like a good villain, a good like new villain that they brought in for our X Men. And another thing that I like about this movie is how the team they didn't just have like the same people. They had like different mutants that they brought in, like Banshee, Havoc, which also will introduce Cyclops later because that's his brother. Um, we got to see like origin for like Mystique and how the whole Brotherhood like mutants was like started up with the other films from this movie, and overall just like a very like good story. And we got to see like how the whole thing with Beast and Frost was done better in this movie than Origins. And it's a very like a very good movie and a very good prequel to X-Men in general.
wow. Um, some definitely some strong thoughts. I mean, I wanted to. Okay, okay. Now let's. So one of the things I wanted to kind of like when we talk about X-Men First Class is let me get the proper full suit image. Not these. Here we go. Um, we had obviously the end credit scene where Eric Lenscher adopts the kind of like Magneto persona, and he retools the helmet to this more like red with a slight purple tinge to it, but also he's kind of rocking the original, not quite the same look, but a similar kind of outfit to the more Ian McKellen look. But now, for me, so there's definitely okay with X-Men First Class. One of the, I think we established how justice for Darwin Man was taken out way too quickly. Um, I actually am kind of not a fan of like the kind of like different roster we got. You know, yes, this obviously is taking place in a different, well, like it's in the X-Men Fox movie universe, so they couldn't like immediately have Cyclops, Jean Grey, and those guys show up in this film. So it's kind of like, yeah, they had to fit this in the existing universe. So you couldn't have Cyclops show up here and make sense that he's in the present, still like kind of like sort of still young, because these guys are almost like by the time they get to the present of that film, they would be old, which hence why like Hank, here played by Nicholas Holt now, is Lex Luthor. Um, what a what a career! But the fact that he works in this roster more because his character was old by the time we saw him, or like he's older. Um, Definitely, it was like it's definitely like the case they had to play with the cards they dealt with in their in this universe. Of course, things become inaccurate with their continuity. We already had the X-Men Origins Wolverine, and then you know we had Emma Frost like appearing in that film as a young girl. Here she's more of like a adult for the Hellfire Club. So Ashwan, you did talk about the mention of like Sebastian Shaw being called the Black King. Uh, so in the Hellfire Club, from my knowledge, do correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Each of the Hellfire um, like members have a rank. So Emma Frost is usually the White Queen, and it's all kind of like in chess pieces kind of thing. So she's the White Queen. Then, of course, Sebastian Shaw, as he was kind of like almost a leader-esque kind of role, he was usually the Black King sort of situation. And then you had other characters like Donald Pierce, who is not in this film, but we will see him in another film completely unrelated to the Hellfire Club. But he'd usually be like a rook, or he'd be some sort of situation like for instance in the comics, I think Kitty Pryde became the Red Queen, and usually when Jean Grey is part of the Hellfire Club, she's usually the Black Queen um, when she's part of that Dark Phoenix saga. So you have that. But so in terms of that, like I was like already like, I wish it was the OG team. But that being said, it is a great film, and I completely agree. Like, great action. You've got like, I do like you guys have said, different casting of like different mutants. Although Darwin is like, it's so they did him so dirty that like the actor had so like such a PTSD moment, like of like each time being like, man, you know, they did me so dirty. And then now we have him as Mr. Terrific, and boy, he killed that film. He was so good, and he got justice there. In a different universe, far apart from this film. But yeah, like you said, we got Banshee. Um, right now in this film from X-Men First Class, in terms of her like role in the film, Mystique is okay. We'll get later on in her involvement, but yeah, everyone else pretty good. The only caveat I would say is that I didn't like Beast becoming furry straight away. I feel like that could have been done later on, but as you know, these films get confusing with this continuity. But we do have a from Andrew. He goes, X-Men 2 shouldn't be that high. Well, it's a good film. No, we can. We like if we want to, we can move it, but because there might be better films later on. But so then obviously we did see the Magneto helmet at the end. Reminds me of the X-Men Legends game era of the character design. Let me show that. Yeah, it was definitely a different look, and unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of cases with these X-Men films where they tease you with a great looking costume, but unfortunately, there it doesn't carry over to the next film. So obviously, we had this look, very sleek, but in terms of the X-Men Legends Magneto, which was sort of like that, those designs were very much based off of. I love how it just went to Marvel Legends. Um, it was based off the Ultimate Universe, a lot of the character designs. So I get that. Like maybe the gray version, I think you were talking about, not the kind of final shot, because that's more red and a little bit with a purple kind of situation. But yeah, I am gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it at S. I think there's certain moments where it can be like a bit but as a solid film of like telling the kind of story of how Magneto and Xavier's relationship grew, it was a solid film. And like I think the whole point of like how you were talking about Moira McTaggart getting in the way and causing the paralysis of dear Xavier with her stupid gun, bullet, pew pew, and Magneto just deflects it, and it obviously hits Xavier's spine, causing him to be, on a chair for most of the films. Uh, not great, not great, Moira McTaggart. Although, so her character in the comics is kind of like a big deal, and obviously we'll see her in the later films. But she in those films, in the comics, she's supposed to be Scottish, and she's like usually in a relationship with Banshee. So you can tell there's a bit of like they didn't really care about the comic like adaptation because she's just a secret agent, whereas like in the earlier comics she's more of a friend to the Xavier, almost lover. I mean they do that kind of thing, but also Banshee in this film should like yeah it's strange, but we move move on, and now I believe as we went, it was Ashwan who went for X-Men First Class. We shall get to for Zion. You have the undistinct privilege to rank this rank the Wolverine before we even get to the X
Wolverine.
ones. We move away from the X-Men films and we go on to another solo adventure with the Wolverine. Now, please explain like just a synopsis of the film, like a short one. Just kind of like what happens, but and then also give your ranking of this solo adventure with
Wolverine,
Wolverine.
which I have on Blu-ray right here.
Nice.
hmm Now, the Wolverine is, of course, it follows the storyline of Wolverine going to Japan, where he, meets Mariko and kind of falls in love with her, and he fights Silver Samurai. And in this movie, he he is like shot with like this little antidote that makes him like his healing factor go away by our villains, and that is used to kind of like replicate his powers. So the villain Silver Samurai can regain his youth, and Wolverine has to stop him and get his powers back, and and in the case protect Mariko from being killed. And this movie, it had a is good up until the final act, and this is a complete 180 from the previous Wolverine solo movie, and they knew what they was doing for the most part with Wolverine in this movie. That the action is like so good, like when he was fighting the Yakuza on the bullet train. That very cool action scene when he at the end when he was fighting those ninjas before the final battle. That was good, and just they introduced some characters like Yukio, which is like a big deal in Wolverine's trip to Japan. She was done very well. Logan trying to get over Jean Grey's death, grieving. I think that was done in like a good way, and then having to move on with another love interest in Mariko. And one thing about this movie is that we have a Serpent Society member in this movie, in Viper, or as other people might know her as Madam Hydra. And her inclusion, I get it, but it was just was it wasn't the best. And Silver Samurai, it wasn't Kenichiro Harada, even though Kenichiro is in the movie. He was actually an ally to Wolverine with and having and being Marco's ex-boyfriend, and that's also like a red flag with because in the comics, Kenichiro and Marco are step siblings. So that's kind of like a strange little change that they made. And the Silver Samurai that was in this movie, I think his name was like Shingen or something. And him just being in like a gray mecha suit, it didn't really do justice to the character, and it could have been done better. And this movie at the end had like the post credit scene with this little thing. It's not how Silver Samurai is supposed to be. He's supposed to be like a mutant who, well, he's a mutant himself, Kenichiro. They didn't show that in the movie. He's just a normal guy with like a sword. But in the comics, Kenichiro Harada is like a mutant who's able to like generate like a tachyon force with his like katana, and he's like a very like skilled fighter in like martial arts and all that. And his rival is the Wolverine who like combats him. in like combat. They didn't show that at all in this movie. Instead of having like the person who dons the mecha suit be like an old man who Wolverine saved during the Vietnam War, that just wants his youth and his powers to be young again, which I don't think that was like a good story, and that's what like ruins the not ruins the movie, but that's what like stops the movie from being like a fully fledged good Wolverine movie. And
Mm.
we had the post credit scene with Charles and Magneto addressing the next movie that we'll get to, and the post credit scene is just like, I get it because Magneto was teased to have his powers at the end of X3, and Charles is just back at it. For like a normal fans, he'll just be like back at. You have to be like a true like comic fan to like know like what happened, but like his like secret twin, and it's confusing for like normal audiences and people who like don't know, and the fact that they had the Wolverine's like classic suit in like a deleted scene but never got shown. Yeah, this movie has some flaws, but not like that many flaws as like other movies do. So, and it's not a bad movie. It's like a good movie up until like the final act. So overall, I'll say that this will be in a B tier.
Oh, let's move that to B tier. Uh, oh my. Ashwan, do you object to this um to this ranking of the Wolverine as a B tier?
Personally, I think it's fine at B tier because it's one of the other ones that like I enjoyed as a kid. Like I enjoyed it a lot just because of like the really cool Wolverine scenes. Of course, like Zion said, like the Silver Samurai type thing does kind of hinder it a lot, and but like Zion was saying as well is the bullet train fight scenes and just like I keep seeing clips of it here and there where he just like he fakes the guy out to jump up and then the sign hits him, and it always just gets me every time just because it's such just a funny scene of him just on the bullet train and just like the whole fight scenes in general, even the one where he's like I think there's a scene where there's a picture on one of these pictures where he's in like a trench coat and he's running with his claws out. Like that's like a random scene where he's like going or he's going to like some sort of like place and then just randomly out of nowhere people just start like shooting or just starts going crazy. So then he has to like just fight all these people to protect this girl. And yeah, I personally liked it when I first watched it. The post credit scenes, like with the Ian McKellen one or with the Charles and Magneto one, like is kind of confusing, but also like it ties into the next film really well. And so like if you want it just to tie in, then it works. And then of course, like Zion said with the brown suit, that's the only thing that would maybe give it a bit lower, but I think B is fair just because they do the whole brown suit post credit scene and then do nothing with it afterwards. I know that's a common theme with these Fox films or just some Marvel films from like now we know in general that they do post credit scenes and don't really do much about it. But like you have the brown suit there, and then in the next film they don't at least show it. Like
Mm.
I wouldn't mind like in the next film him at least wear it once, or like in the opening like maybe he has it, or like maybe it's a bit like he's got like cuts and whatever on it. So but you at least get it. But no, you go from the post credit of this film to the next film, and then there's just no mention about it. There's a couple other films that
Mm.
do it. There's one of the ones coming up that really annoys me is um one of the younger team, because there's a post-credit scene where they have comic accurate, good comic accurate, somewhat looking suits, and then completely disband that. But of course, when we haven't got to that film yet, but it's just
we'll get to that.
it's just the main thing was kind of annoying though. It's just the post-credit scenes in most of these films kind of they pique your interest as a viewer, being like, oh, we're going to get something to do with this, or oh, we're going in this direction, or we're doing this. Next film, they've completely scrapped it. And it's just, that's the only thing that, personally, for me, the Silver Samurai stuff and that post-credit scene is, one of the main things that hinders the film a little bit for me, but I personally think B is fair. I could see why you put it maybe in C, but personally for me, I think B is fair.
Wow. I will. I think I'm gonna put it. I'm thinking I'm gonna move it down to C. I think I'm gonna put it. This is gonna be controversial, and we'll definitely we'll see if this stays on C. But it's worse than it's not better than X-Men Last Stand.
Really?
I think, yeah. I think it's it's the start that's great. You have this moment where it's like everyone's been saying, he saves the man that he'll later on regret saving, and this is a sequel to X-Men Last Stand, because it's not although we have that scene that's in the past, this is a direct sequel to that, so we get some kind of uh mentioning of that. We have this Jean Grey kind of image in his head and that stuff. But he, not letting go and everything. And he's, very miserable. And then, he goes to Japan. But I think one of the disappointing things, because, with the Japan storyline for Wolverine, it's Lady Deathstrike, and, you have that. But also, like what we've been saying, the yellow and brown suit was kind of heavy in that era. And also, you have this amazing actor of Hiroyuki. I think it's Hiroyuki Tanada. Let me make sure that's correct. He's currently Scorpion in those in the Mortal Kombat movies. But he he would have been the best choice for Silver Samurai, as we do see him in the film. So yeah, okay, no, he's Hiroyuki Sanada. He plays Shingen Yoshida. Um, like he has that because he's quite like a Japanese well respected actor, and he's really good as a samurai actor as well. And I was like, he makes sense as if you were picking him as Silver Samurai, I'd pick him. But unfortunately, he's kind of sidelined just so that Wolverine can get back to his because there's a moment where he's he's like, oh, I'm dying. And I think Yukio, she gives the premonition that he's going to die with his hand, with his heart in his hand, which foreshadow. But you have this fight, but he's not the main bad guy, and then you have the horrible character of Madam Viper / Madam Hydra, and she just feels so weirdly put in, and ironically she's the most respected out of the Serpent Society in live action, because at least she was done okay. Definitely when we get to those films, we're going the Serpent Society, boy, if you were a fan of them, you won't be a fan of them in these films. But her character was just weird, and storyline was okay, but I think one of the things that was missing is the hand. A lot we did get to see Wolverine fight ninjas, but one of the kind of important things is him fighting the hand, and seeing his adventures of Japan is so great. Yet this film kind of downplays it a little bit, just for a sort of love story, but that doesn't go for the case of Lady Deathstrike kind of situation, because they already did Lady Deathstrike in X2. So it's it's strange. So I'm gonna put it at C. below X-Men Last Stand, but we can definitely move it later on. Now, I now we'll get to the we'll get to X-Men Days of Future Past. Now there is two versions. There's the Days of Future Past Road Cut and the normal one. So we'll do the normal one, and then we can easily quickly do the Road Cut because it's not that much difference apart from, you know, as it says Rogue, you know, she's in that. But X-Men Days of Future Past, I'm gonna say it. I think I'm gonna put it S tier. It's wait, let me zoom out later. I'm gonna put it S tier, and I think it beats First Class, and I think it beats X2. Now, for the synopsis, it's pretty much, you know, the Days of Future Past storyline comic, but instead of having Kitty Pryde as the kind of like main protagonist, like in the comic, she's the kind of like person who goes through time, and she, you know, goes like to basically prevent the kind of like Sentinel uprising. But instead, like the kind of like what they do in the movies, they have Wolverine play that role, and because, you know, logically he is a character, like he is a person who exists, like he'll be alive in that timeline of the past because they want to avoid the creations of the Sentinels as they, in the future, of the Days of Future Past, they become like they you know, extinct a lot of the mutants, and you know, we've only got like a sort of like small survival group of Magneto, Storm, Wolverine, Iceman. We have, I'm pretty sure that's Blink or Pixie. I can't remember if it's Blink. Let me double check that.
I think that's Blink.
Yeah, it's Blink. Yeah, you had her. You had Warpath. You also had Sunspot. But you know, a lot of this film was also doing the like the past, where you had the interactions of like where everyone else was during that time. So you had Eric Lensher, aka Magneto, in prison for the assumed assassination of JFK. But you also have the kind of dilemma of like the difference between of them in the future and the past, where Xavier is able to walk, but he's doing this with a formula that disrupts his powers. But later on, you know, he's convinced by Wolverine here, who is able to time travel into his old body, even though he looks like, you know, the same. But obviously, they give him a little gray in in the future scenes. He's able to convince Xavier to, you know, help him. But you know, you do have a wild beast in the past where, you know, he's attacking Wolverine, and you also have this kind of like plot of where Mystique is kind of saving mutants, but she's also kind of like gone rogue situation. And you know, you have like this big climactic battle with Magneto going, you know, he basically saves the president, and it's like, well, no, like it's kind of Mystique's way of like she, um, oh yeah, because the whole plot is that the Sentinels eventually obtain Mystique's blood or skin material and that stuff in the past, which is why they go to the past to prevent that, because of Mystique's ability to change into different people and have like different powers and that stuff. They use that to upgrade the Sentinels to absolute killing machines, and you know, they kill a bunch of X-Men characters in the future. So yeah, you have also, so you have uh, Peter Dinklage's character as Oliver Trask, who is the one who's building the Sentinels. So you have that kind of storyline, and we do have Bishop, uh, and you know, Iceman and Kitty Pryde. But yeah, and we have like we see the past Sentinels that kind of like very, yeah, rudimentary. But then you also have the Wesley Snipes. We don't have Wesley Snipes. Why is he here? I'm trying to see of you know, the Sentinel. Why is Wesley Snipes in here? Strange. We also get the, you know, debut of Quicksilver, Evan Peters version of him, and he has like one of the iconic scenes where he's slowing time, and he helps save Xavier and Magneto. So it's definitely a film that has so many iconic moments and scenes. There is a shot there of the Sentinels. I'm trying to get a better shot. I mean, there's the past ones. Oh yeah. And while I've got it here, we do have the end credit scene teasing N7, aka Apocalypse, for the next film, which is definitely a great way to end off Days of Future Past with hinting at Apocalypse. But yeah, I would rank that S tier because my gosh, the amount of powers showing and kind of like the strong storytelling, it's really fun. Like it's really good, and it's a solid X-Men film, bringing the old with the new, and then after this, like the after effects of this film, basically creates a new timeline. But yeah, that's where I'll put it. What do you guys think? Do you think it should keep there being an S, or do you think it's lower? What are your thoughts?
Personally, I think it does deserve to be up there. I think S is fair. I'd say the only thing that I would maybe argue is that just the placement of all the three on S, but it's fine. It doesn't bother me too much. But
We can definitely move them. We can move them. So which one would you move? No.
Personally, just because I think X2 is a bit better than Days of Future Past.
So would you wait? So far, it's we've got the higher one is X-Men Days of Future Past. So you want to move X2 like in front of that, or
Um,
because right now it's Days of Future Past, then X2, then First Class.
Actually, no. I'll leave it then. No. Actually, no. Yeah. Thinking about it now. Yeah. Fine. But no. Yeah. To talk about Days of Future Past, I just I didn't know of the storyline too much when I first watched it, but then now knowing more about it is they done it very well, and I just remember watching it and just seeing the first part where they all fight the Sentinels, and instantly just thinking, right, all my favorite characters are dead now. And what's going on? I didn't know of the storyline too well, and I was like, what? They look cool. The Sentinel design does look pretty cool, but I just like the scenes of them all fighting new characters that are introduced in this film, but they get justice. It's not to the point where they're introduced and then they're shit or whatever. They actually get stuff to do, and they showcase their power as well. They can and also the actors that are picked for these characters suit the characters so well that the only little gripe is that you want more from the characters, but it's not that big of a deal for me personally. But I just like the whole thing of at the start there's a certain part where Sunspot is fighting a Sentinel and his arm gets cut off and he still starts fighting. He still keeps on fighting. And I just I noticed it and I just thought it was just that just how he acts in the film is just of course I like the character just because he looks cool, but he's just all these new kind of mutants that are introduced and they get enough screen time to the point where their things even though they get killed off fairly quickly, but I just like the whole thing of going in the past and also how they go over the plan where it's just more so them going in the past because if they don't kill this guy then this won't happen, or basically some sort of thing where they just go in the past and if Peter Dinklage doesn't die then the Sentinels won't look as they do now, and like also just the other thing is that also is it Strucker who's in this?
Yeah, Striker show.
Right.
Like, because I'd say like as well as that is that leads into the next film, and that whole involvement of him like him at the end, which is Mystique. So it's kind of weird because in the post credit scene or in the ending, like he takes or he slash Mystique takes Wolverine and then goes and does the whole Weapon X thing. But like it's revealed to be Mystique, so I don't really know like what that's about. But like that like is a pretty good thing because that leads into the next film and like bit like you actually of course we'll talk about it more in the next one, but you get an origin of the Weapon X stuff. Of course, Evan Peters Quicksilver in this, like he actually gets screen time, and like I love the kitchen fight scene just because it looks funny. Like it's just like it's just he's I just like his whole character compared to the of course the Avengers one because like it's just he's like witty and he's like funny and he just doesn't give one like these like Charles and Magneto and Wolverine are like serious about going through this and he doesn't care like because he's a kid and because he's like that he just doesn't really like give one or like care about stuff so like he just gets through it then like he just does what he wants to do like whilst in the fight scene he's just like whilst like beating up these people he's just like licking some sort of sauce because he's like hungry or something like he's just running around the whole room like it's I like that scene a lot and like it's just this film when watching it I just thought it was probably the coolest shit to come out this year to be honest and so like and the whole of one thing as well that I just remembered because you showed the picture the fact that Magneto lifts a football field or a baseball field, not baseball field, baseball stadium or whatever. He lifts a whole stadium, like, and I just think that most, even though in The Last Stand he does lift the Golden Gate Bridge, but in this, like, it's Michael Fassbender like lifting something way like massive, and it's just a massive impact into the final act of the movie, and it's just like if you put it in S plus, I'd put it in S plus. You know, like I that's so much I love this film, and it's just like it's kind of why like why all these films make me more excited for Doomsday as well as the new X-Men, just because I know how much we can get out of this, and I'm not like putting shame on the Fox team, but personally, I think that the MCU team would be better just because of like their resources and what they have. And so, like personally, I feel like I'm so excited for that just to see what they get out of it. But yeah, I personally wouldn't change it, but see what Zahn thinks because if he changes it, I might have to give him some words here.
So yeah, I agree that this movie is S tier, and I like how they did like the comic storyline and how they did it in a good way where instead of Shadowcat going back in time, it's Logan going back in time, and I like how they tied that in with like a few things and new characters they introduced like at the beginning like Blink, Sunspot, and Bishop. How they and how they got like the screen time that the good amount of screen time that the characters needed. Unlike how in X3 they just like brought these characters in like Porcupine, Psylocke, Multiple Man. They like brought them in just to bring them in. While in this movie they brought characters in and actually like had them like do stuff and show off like their cool powers and what they can do against like the Sentinels. And Quicksilver was a standout in this movie, being better than the MCU version. And I like how in this version they show off super speed way better than they did with Aaron Taylor Johnson's Quicksilver. And another thing that a lot of people might not know about, but Wanda was indirectly mentioned in this movie when the little girl was bothering like that woman in the house. She told her to go bother their sister, and fans will know that that sister is actually Wanda Maximoff, just off screen. And I like how that was where they referenced her, and the whole Sentinel plot line, bringing in like new characters and new villains. It was very good. And this movie did time travel better than Avengers Endgame did, because it's not really like confusing. They just go back in time and then they change the future instead of like having it be like the whole thing that Bruce Banner tried to explain. It was this movie, even though the timeline's complicated, they make time travel make more sense in this movie. And overall, I'll say this is probably one of the coolest X-Men movies. And but one thing that I will say is that I do think like X2 is a little better than Days of Future Past. But that's the only like disagreement that I have with this. I can't hear you.
Gone. Aha, I am back. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Of course, Mike dies, but I always have a backup. I was saying, are you going to move? Which would you move right now before we get on to the next film?
I'll put X2 like at the top of S tier.
At the top. Okay. We'll put that in there for now, and then we'll see if that stays there. So far, X2 is leading the rank, but we have X-Men Days of Future Past there. Very quick, we'll do X-Men Rogue, the Rogue cut. I'm gonna put it I'm just gonna quickly put it just I think it was F. Like, what was the point of it? It's a great film, like with the Days of Future Past. If you're just thinking about just all the Rogue scenes, I felt it was pretty useless. So I'm just gonna put it F. What about you guys? We'll do this quick because it's Rogue cut. Like, we're
Haven't
only
watched
focusing on
it.
the. Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Yeah, I
Zion.
never seen it either.
Exactly. It's not great. I don't think it adds anything. Like, it's supposed to add some kind of like plot that basically connects the beginning scene where like they're like, oh yeah, we got supplies or something like that. Or, they got the information that Rogue, Mystique is the key kind of situation of like, we need to stop her from doing something, which then leads on to the film plot. But yeah, I think it's F. So we've got a first F tier with Road Cut because I've seen it, terrible, and obviously you guys, you couldn't like, this wasn't even a good like take of like, why was it needed to be a cut? Like, you have certain other cuts of films which may improve certain films, but with this one it doesn't. It just, yeah. I mean, if you love Rogue, then yeah, sure, but it was rubbish. Anyway, we now Ashwan, you have the privilege to vote the Deadpool. Now there is the other version of No Good Deed, but it's more censored, so I guess we'll kind of tackle that. But yes, you have the privilege to rank Deadpool. Where would you put that?
Right. Top of S tier.
Okay. We've got Deadpool replacing X2 and is now top tier. Just do a brief kind of like, well, I mean, yeah, brief description of Deadpool, the movie, and why you think it deserves that ranking.
Like, so the movie, of course, it follows Wade Wilson, and he's like going through some stuff with like his work, and he's working at a bar, and he's like met this girl, and like he's basically fallen in love with her, and then it gets to the point where he finds out that he has cancer, and so he's trying to find like a way to cure it, or basically just trying to like get over it, or trying to like he's also trying to just explain it to certain people, and it gets to the point where he goes into this like experiment, and he gets experimented on by this guy called Ajax, and it basically cures him of his cancer, but then makes him a mutant and turns him into Deadpool. And so he's got like basically burn marks all over his body. Like he basically doesn't look like he does before, and like he's got this. Of course, he's got healing powers like Wolverine, if not better, because he can regenerate from like, say for instance, he gets his arm chopped off, his arm would regenerate, kind of thing, and like just the whole story is more so him trying to like he just like taking down like criminals, and because he's an anti-hero, he kind of like doesn't like give one as much, because he kills good people, bad people. Like he's not really the best, because like he does kill bad people, but at the same time, like because this film is an 18, it's got violence in it. He like swears, like he does this, that, and the other. And like one of the main reasons why I just gave it an S tier is because when it came out, I was somewhat familiar with the character, but I feel like this was a massive stepping stone into building the character where it is now. And I feel like Ryan Reynolds has such a good job on this film, and just the involvement of Colossus, the involvement of Negasonic Teenage Warhead, and Ajax is just this like he's basically just an arsehole, to give it lightly. Like that's basically his whole character. It's just like he experimented on like Deadpool and experimented on all these people, and kind of like just doesn't give one. And also like as well as experimenting on him, he didn't treat Deadpool nicely. Like he went to the point where like he was just a normal doctor. He's like he tortured him, and he didn't treat him as you would like if you were to go to the hospital, and as a normal doctor he physically done harm to him, and so Deadpool's whole mission is to take down Ajax, and like it's just when I first saw it, like I didn't first see it when it came out, just because I wasn't technically 18, and so like I didn't watch it, but like
Yeah.
when you like to be fair, like straight afterwards, I think like my dad bought the DVDs, so I just watched it at home anyways, and it's just like to go from like Days of Future Past to this, like it was such a good time to be a X-Men fan at the time, just because the films like were doing very good, and like the little like because the main thing that I love about Deadpool as well, like in the whole of this film, I'm pretty sure, at least not or most of the parts when he actually turns into a mutant, like he's referencing Wolverine, like he has the little like when he takes off his mask, he has the like little picture that's stapled on his head, like he's even referencing like just him in general, like. And also, it's just like when I first like saw this, the opening scene, like that's the main thing that sells most of the Deadpool films. Like, of course, we'll get on to Deadpool Wolverine later, but like this, where it starts with him like getting into this massive fight on like a highway or something, and then it gets into the backstory. It's just I like how they've done it, and like the involvement of I think her name is Gina Carano, the professional
Yeah.
the fighter. Like she's
Yeah.
pretty good in this in the film. Like her and Ajax do what they need to do to be like villains. Like it works well as a place or like as a X-Men adjacent Fox film without without like tying into the X-Men that much, as well as like just maybe like a scene here or there when they go to the X Mansion, and like other than that it's not really like that much to tie in. It's more so just like kind of his own thing, and it works really well. And just to add on to the fact of like the character development of Law, how he's become more upstated, like because most people like I mean most people maybe if they're comic fans knew of Deadpool before this, but like I think this pushed it up way more than most things, just because of like how the like people acted in this film and just how it was. But I just personally think it's S tier because I just think it's perfect. Let's say that. I think it's perfect. But, and also like I've seen a interview that Rob Liefeld done, who is the creator of Deadpool, that there was supposed to be a another character in this, and I can't remember the character's name off by heart, but like personally, I think it works well with or without that character, and like it's just certain things that of course that they couldn't put in. There he is. But like they couldn't add in that character, but like just the addition of Colossus as well, because Colossus is this is probably why I'm giving it a bit more. It's just because like we get Colossus before, or we get him in the like first Fox trilogy, kind of, but we get him like of the stature that you expect Colossus to be in this film, and the fact that he has the accent. He's not human throughout all of it, which I personally prefer more than like if he's human and then turning into Colossus. I prefer him just to say as Colossus all the time, personally. But like he stays within it. Like it's just, and also just the whole thing of like the whole little scene of him and Wade just like arguing, and just like him like he's basically trying to detain Wade, and Wade is just like it's just cut off his own hand, and he's just jumped in the back of a lorry or back of like a truck or something, and then just Colossus is disgusted because he's just left with Wade's like hand, and it's just their dynamic in the film is great as well. But personally, like I said, if I could put it in S plus, I'd put it in S plus. Sorry.
I mean, that is a high ranking, and you did replace X2. Now, Zion, what do you want to move it from the S tier, or are you okay with it being at its place there?
Personally, I would say it's A tier.
Oh,
You got it's a good movie, and this does Deadpool justice to the character, and it boosted him in like popularity, and just the casting of like all these characters was amazing. It's just that it's not the best out the trilogy.
Oh,
of like, and I don't know how to explain it. It's just that. I don't know how to explain it. It's really, but I would say that all the points that Ashwan made is like valid and is correct about about everything he said about the movie. It's just to me, it's A tier.
okay, fair enough. You don't have to fully I mean, we'll get to the other Deadpool films, so you're on notice from Ashwan. So for me, I think I'm gonna briefly keep it here at A, but I'm gonna move it eventually. I think actually no, you know what? Hmm, you know what? I think I'm going to keep it at A for now, just because we'll get to the other ones. But well, I'll keep it there. But it's definitely a movable one. It can definitely go back to S. So don't worry, Ashwan. It'll get back to S at some point. But we move swiftly on from Deadpool to X-Men Apocalypse. Let me just get the images up so we can have some visual. So we had Ashwan ranking the Deadpool movie. Now, Zion, it is your destiny to take the reins for X-Men Apocalypse. Where will you put this film on the ranking?
I would put this movie in. It's like in between. I'll put it in C tier.
Okay, so C now,
But
would you put it like
the
it's worse
C.
than where?
Yeah, put it at the bottom. C.
Bottom at C. Okay. So here, I think that means
This movie has a lot of issues, especially with the apocalypse. Now, the casting I think was amazing of Oscar Isaac starting his trilogy of Marvel characters, starting off with Apocalypse, and and,
Keanu
and
leaves,
he
you
was
naughty,
teased.
naughty.
He was teased in the last movie, and brought up for this movie, and it's just the character of Apocalypse wasn't really like done like justice as he should have been, as like
Yeah.
a big X-Men villain. They brought back more Taggart, and I liked her character in First Class, but in this movie, she kind of felt like shoehorned in. Like she didn't really like need to be in this movie. It would have been perfectly fine if she was just in First Class. This is the movie where they introduced Scott, Jean, and Storm back into it when they were younger. I like how Storm was like on the villain side at first and then switches. I thought that was good. And now to the comics. Havoc bringing in Scott to the academy. I thought that was good, and that they actually like added the scene that they had deleted from like one of the old X-Men movies where where they were gonna show like Cyclops' origin, but they deleted that scene. I forgot which movie it was, but I like how they like brought it back into this movie. Jean Grey, I thought she was done good in this movie. Now Nightcrawler, even though the performance is not Alan coming in the second movie, this is still like a decent version of Kurt. Jubilee being shoehorned in this movie, well, again, for the a billionth time, it's just like whatever. Um, Mystique, yeah, this is definitely where her character starts to like go down and diminish because like she wasn't like done that very well in this movie. Quicksilver was brought back, and then yeah, he was good in this movie as well. And with this, and he clutched up when saving everybody from the mansion. Stryker in this movie where he had in that little tank, experimented on him. Again, they're just putting Stryker just in every movie. It seems like, but it wasn't a bad inclusion. It was just like an okay inclusion. and that Wolverine just runs off into the Canadian wood, and I don't know if it was the Canadian wood in this, but it was just like how he just like runs off. Is okay. Psylocke
Yeah, let's
definitely
get to.
at least she was like at least she was able to like do something in this movie compared to the last stand when she was just in the background. Mm, the actress, yeah, we we all know.
Yeah. Let me get. I
But,
think we need to do justice to Keanu Reeves. He wanted the Olivia Munn. There you go.
yeah. Fan, if you know, you know. Fan service for the guys,
Hmm.
and yeah, even though she looks good, some of the stuff that happened like behind the scenes, kind of like when you realize it was kind of like a little like controversial. Angel was done arguably worse in this movie than he was in the X3,
Mm.
and am I forgetting? I don't know the post credit scene just went to nothing because they teased Mr. Sinister, and just in the next movie it was just nowhere found. So overall, this movie had like good things. Oh, that's like Caliban in this movie, which is also like, and it was decent, but his character was like upgraded in another movie we'll talk about later. But overall, this movie had like a lot going for it with like Apocalypse being the villain, and then like bringing in like the mutants that we know from the original trilogy, like Scott, Jean, and Storm, and Nightcrawler and all that. But they fumbled the bag, and um the Phoenix Saga they teased that, but again that will be retconned in the next movie when they actually do the Phoenix Saga.
Mm.
So yeah, this movie has like a lot of issues, and it's a fun watch. Like it's not like unwatchable, but overall, I was keep it at C tier.
Right. Okay. So, and yes, here's the mention that Ashwan, he was talking about how the end credit scene had these lovely X-Men outfits that unfortunately never went anywhere. I don't know why Mystique is in this team. Anyway, we'll get into that. Ashwan, we've got C here. So Keanu leaves us back. Is Olivia Munn boobies, guys? Not F tier, D at least. Oh, oh. Okay, Ashwan, take it away. Do you think it belongs C tier or D tier?
Personally, I'm fine with where it is. Just because, like, as much as, like, when watching it, I did think it was a pretty good movie. Like just now thinking about it, because when I watched it the first time, I was a bit younger. I didn't know as much. But now, like, watching it again and actually sitting there and thinking about it, Apocalypse is too small. The only time he's big is in Xavier's mind and in his mind. That's the only time he's big. Other than that, he isn't big at all. He's normal size when Apocalypse should be like huge.
Here's the shot.
Like he should be that for at least like 90% of the movie. Like he's meant to be this dominant, like big villain that is meant to be huge, and yet like he's small. Like it's just. And also, to be fair, Oscar Isaac does do a very good job. The suit, I think, is a bit iffy. Like, the suit I'm 50-50 on, just because it looks a bit odd, and I think they maybe could have done a bit better with it, because he can't move. That's the main thing of what my main problem is with the film, because, like, when I watched it again, I realised that he has no mobility in the suit, so he's just doing, like, this most of the time. He feels like a T-Rex. Like, he's just... he's doing like nothing. He's not able to really like express that many emotions. That's why most of the scenes he has to use most of his face and stuff because he can't really move. And it's just like my main gripes. Like, there's a lot of good stuff. Like a lot of like the Quicksilver scene's really good. Pure cinema. Definitely not this film.
Yeah.
But no, like there's a lot of good stuff. Like Cyclops like being a thing in this universe, Jean being a thing. Like, of course, my like some gripes, but I kind of get it. Is I can't remember if it was in this or X-Men Days of Future Past, but I'm just gonna add it into this anyways. Is that they kill Havoc in this film, like
Yes.
whilst in the massive explosion.
Mhm.
And then throughout either this film or the last film, they basically straight up just say, "Oh yeah, everyone else in the team just died." Like Banshee just ran me on a mission, just died.
Yeah.
Like,
That
died like
that
that.
was Days when they was talking about like the work of like the Sentinels.
Yeah,
I think it
but
was.
that's one of my main gripes with Days of Future Past, but it's still pretty good. But with like Apocalypse, it's just like Apocalypse is too small. They have the whole post-credit scene of Mr. Sinister that goes nowhere. They don't like. They hint at Mr. Sinister being a thing, and yet the next film we have is Dark Phoenix, and you know that might go right down there. Let me just say that. But like, it's just like the involvement of the character. Like the characters in this film are pretty good. Like, it introduces some really good characters. It introduces the main team for like the X-Men. But it's just a case of like I just remembered my other gripe. Mystique is not Mystique in this film.
Mm.
I don't
mean,
know
here she is.
because I've heard like people talk about it, and I've heard like backstage that it got to the point where Jennifer Lawrence didn't want to put the makeup on anymore, or didn't want to put the full body makeup anymore. So in most films, from at least Days of Future Past and over, or at least Days of Future Past as well, she isn't really Mystique, and it's this like, and yeah, I do get it that like I do get it. Like, yeah, it's hard putting on makeup, but to be like personally, I'm not an actor, but like you sign up for that when playing Mystique. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's what you sign up for. Like, you expect to be like the original actor. I can't remember the woman's name, but she's very good in the Fox films. She is Mystique
Rebecca
for
Romijn.
the whole film. She isn't not Mystique, at least for that one scene where she loses her powers. Other than that, she's Mystique for the whole 3 films. But yet, in most of these films, you've just got Jennifer Lawrence just walking about. And it's just to the point where, like, and also the characters, like, on the bad guy side, like, of course, you got Angel / Archangel, which, personally, I didn't mind too much, more so just because, like, I liked the actor because I think after this, if not, I can't remember what year this came out, but he was in the Bohemian Rhapsody biopic.
Yeah.
And he done very well in that. Of course, showing the Blob there, another character introduced. But, like, it's just, I didn't mind his character, and I liked Kurt Wagner because, like, in this, like, iteration of the team with Nightcrawler, which, to be fair, that's a continuity issue as well, because they first see Kurt in X2 when, like, Scott is way older, and yet this is the same universe, and then their kids are like I don't know, but like I prefer him in this one than I'm not right. So I prefer like the whole side of Nightcrawler, apart from the accent. I like in X2, but the fact that I feel like this Nightcrawler has the accent and he has the whole like, I can't remember if it is said that much in. I know it is said in X2, but they both have like the religious background that is needed because that's his main part of his backstory that is needed, and like it's just I did like initially like this film when watching it because I thought it was like kind of cool. But the more you watch it, you realize that it's kind of a mess, a little bit. Like, it's just like the fact of like the four horsemen is Apocalypse, Magneto, Archangel, Storm, Psylocke, which are like they're pretty cool characters, but like there could have been a way that maybe they could have done the actual four horsemen in this, maybe, or like some sort of, I mean, Archangel, of course, is in it, but like it's just I didn't mind where they went with this, but of course, like half of the characters in this just go nowhere, or not half of it, but some of the characters in this just go nowhere. Like Psylocke isn't introduced, like isn't shown anymore, and she doesn't like. I'm pretty sure she doesn't. I'm pretty sure she doesn't like die or anything. I'm pretty
No.
sure she just like runs away
She gets-
or something, but she isn't.
Yeah, she just
Like-
goes, I leave, and then she's bye bye. You know, she turns her. What does she turn? She turns her back. From the film. Yep. Oh gosh, yeah. Sorry, Olivia, man. You look the perfect part in that film. Anyway,
She does she does play it really well. It's kind of just annoying that like she's only
she didn't get
it
that
for
much
one
character. Yeah.
like that's the only problem with some of like the character. Of course, like that's the main problem with the Fox X-Men universe is people play their characters really well, but they only play them for a certain amount of films.
Yeah, and like
But,
how we had Angel in, like, you know how you were talking about continuity. I know technically after Days of Future Past, the continuity is all over the wall because this is a new era. It's the era that is created from their change. So like anything that happens in like after Days of Future Past can be canon. So like hence why we get maybe like why Nightcrawler's shown here earlier. Same with Storm. Same with you know, Cyclops and all of them lot. And Angel as well, because you know, I mean, we got them paired here together, but you know, I prefer Last Stand Angel. But yeah, you were saying Ashwan.
yeah, it's just like personally, I'd keep it in C. I could see why maybe you'd put it in D. Like if you may do, I don't know if you will, but I could see like maybe why people would put it in D just because like as a film, like it's entertaining. Like as a like I said, as a first time watch, it's entertaining. But just the fact of if you put everything into consideration of like characters that die for like even though like Havoc died for like the plot, it's kind of just like just he's brought back just for him to like be stupid and just blow up something and like it's just kind of annoying to be honest because you could easily just have him like helping like he's not even really doing much like to add on to the X-Men Days of Future Past like the whole team is not even a thing from that film anymore. It's kind of that's annoying, but and it's just like the main thing that does annoy me is of course Mystique not really being Mystique, Apocalypse not being too like as big, and the fact that the post-credit scenes just go nowhere. But like, and that's the main thing. What I think personally puts it in C is just because like there's a lot like what the blue grippers, but it's just like it's just the fact that like most of the stuff that happens in this film doesn't really but it leads to some stuff, but like after this film like Eric does turn like good in the end and they all like do end up just defeating Apocalypse, but like there's just like there's a lot of stuff like in this film that it just makes some of the other films afterwards a bit worse. just
Mm.
like Mystique's involvement in the next one. I mean, of course, we'll get into that, but
Yeah.
like, you can tell in this film that Jennifer Lawrence didn't want to do it as much, and you can tell even more in the next one, in a way. And so, like, there's just the fact that they end with these nice suits and they just don't wear them in the next film. It's just every time I see the post-credit scene or every time like it's mentioned, it just pisses me off even more because every time they show a comic accurate suit, no matter what it's in, no matter if it's MCU, Fox, like whatever Marvel project, they just for some reason do nothing with it afterwards. Even though they have the costume there, they have the like design and they have the thing to make it into the next film, and yet they completely scrap it. But yeah, C is where it is for me personally. So on to you, Z-Man.
I I think I'm gonna have to go with I think it goes D and it beats like it's worse than I think this is the way we do it. So like this is the worst version. Or no, because I think it's like if it's going this way, it's going that way. Anyway, it's like the bottom of D. Not for the reasons that Keanu had put Keanu Reeves had put in there. I can't remember here. Here we go. Not that. It's not that reason. Definitely not. No. I think it was like such a like okay, it's like Apocalypse being here, great character, but just done very poorly, and a lot of the characters like Psylocke we mentioned, great look for the character, but not really done much of a character on her. Like she barely gets a like story for her. Angel's done badly, so I like because like he's not even Angel, and like when he turns into Archangel, he's not even Archangel, so it's like so weird. And yeah, like you said, Mystique, this is like the further degradation of her character becoming more of an X-Man, where it's like I get like because one of the things is weird about the Fox movies about Mystique, I don't complain then, or I didn't complain then, and I don't complain about it now as I enjoy watching it. And the performance is great. But Mystique in the comics has clothes on, so it's like it was a weird choice in those films that she was naked, and then but they stuck with their guns as long as they could. And then Jennifer Lawrence was like, "I don't want to be naked," which is fair enough, to the extent because like after Days of Future Past, it's a whole new canon. So yeah, that way she gets to wear more clothes, but then her character just becomes more of an X-Men character and like this kind of like, oh, I'm here for the people, where she's like a conniving little assassin slash just little schemer who's like, I'm a bad guy, whereas here she's like almost an X-Man, and I'm like, we'll get to that line where what she makes, where it's like, oh god. Yeah, I put it at D. It's not the worst one of this thing, but definitely it's going downhill from X. I'd say X-Men First Class was great S tier, but then it got like, and then it went great with like it peaked at Days of Future Past, but I also think like other things made that great as well. But then it absolutely went to poop, and we'll quickly do Deadpool No Good Deed, which is just, I think, more the censored version, just so people like kids could watch it. I think it's same thing with Rogue, a useless cut. So I keep it as F. It's probably just a little bit more because it's more accessible for people, for kids. So yeah, we'll definitely like, no spoiler. I'm just gonna, well, I mean, spoiler. We're just gonna put this one here as well, just because we don't need to talk about that one. That's just another censored version. So for me, they're kind of useless. You want the full experience. So I think we keep these at F. But now, because I'm looking at the time, let's get to. We've got a few left. Let's get to Logan. So we did have Zion. You went through X-Men Days of Future, X-Men Apocalypse, right? So now we go back. I think it's back to me with this. Okay, we're gonna have we're gonna have a major change here because no, it's not B, it's not A. I think it's gonna go S tier, the best. And I'm gonna use this chance as my move to put X2. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put it A. Just because I think actually, yeah, no, I think I'm gonna keep. Actually, no, you know what? I'm gonna keep it there. I'm gonna move first class at A, but a high A for now. But yeah, Logan. Need I say more? What a great story. Very sad end to Logan. But then again, is it really the end of Logan? Hint, hint. It's not. But
Do it until he's 90.
exactly. But like a solid storyline. It's not a great adaptation of Old Man Logan, but it successfully is a great standalone that is inspired by it, but not quite the same. But it does everything you want from a Wolverine film, and it's like the emotions are high. But yeah, I give Logan top S. Now, Ashwan, do you agree or disagree?
Of course, I agree. If anyone doesn't put Logan in S tier, I think that just something's insane with him, because it's just when it came out, everyone was just ranting about it. Everyone was talking about it. Like, it's what you want from a Wolverine film. Like, Wolverine's meant to be violent. He's meant to be like this type of character, and the fact that you get it when he's like at his worst, he doesn't give one as much. It hurts for him to even get the claws out. Like, he's that battered and bruised that it's just he doesn't give one, and he's got a daughter to protect as well. Like, there's a lot at stake. Like, he's got a daughter to protect. He's looking after Professor X in this film. Like, personally, for me, it's S tier any day of the week, no matter what. It's just how it works is just so brilliant, and like you said earlier, and I think I think you mentioned it actually, that in the Wolverine, Kimiko says that Wolverine will die with the heart in his hand, and he dies with Laura's hand in his hand and kind of thing, and so it's meant to people saying that she's the heart and this, that, and the other, and it's just it's a nice send off for the character. Of course, like you said, it's not really his send off, but it's just how they go about the whole story is just kind of good. There's a little an involvement with the villain. I can't. Who's the villain meant to be?
Donald Pierce.
Yeah, no, well, so Donald Pierce here is, well, let me go back to him. He is this young chap here. So, little backstory. I did say I'll mention it. I'll get back to it. So, Donald Pierce is usually a member of the Hellfire Club, but he is also the leader of the Reavers, which is what we see in this film, where it's all those guys with the cybernetic enhancements and everything. He's got the cybernetic arms. So this is the guy. So this is supposed to be Donald Pierce. Obviously, this is he's more younger here, and supposed to be in this future setting where okay, we can explain cybernetics and that stuff. But yeah, he's the second main, and then you have the second main bad guy, and then you have, let me see, obviously you have all these kid mutants and that stuff. But who is that? You have Richard E. Grant. He's the main bad guy, and I don't know if his name he's named as like something or like Dr. Argyle or Kyle, not Kyle, Dr. Xander Rice. That's who he plays. I don't think that's an actual. Xander Rice is a movie character. Oh no, he's a comic character. Yeah, so he's just a character. Like so he did help oversee X-23's like development. So it is a comic character, but it's just he was the bad guy of this film. So you had that, but yeah, continue.
I was just also gonna like ask if you know who does Stephen Merchant play in this film? Because I always, whenever I'd see him, I always just got really confused.
So Stephen Merchant actually plays Caliban.
Oh,
Yeah. So technically so that appearance of Caliban in Apocalypse just was there to introduce the character. I don't think they wanted like because usually Caliban is a character who, he does get like I think I have his figure here. Let me show you. Here we go. This is his horseman look, so it's very weird that he let me do zoom in, enhance. Usually like this is what he looks like when he becomes the horseman of Apocalypse, but he's usually like a skinny guy, like kind of like afraid of the sun, like they do in both this film and Days of Future Past. Not Days of Future Past, Apocalypse. So yeah, that's who he's playing. So they just brought a character there instead of doing like the Old Man Logan storyline. You have that kind of surrounding cast. They decided let's get some character who would make sense that he would survive longer or like in the same range as Wolverine surviving. You know how because like they talk about the incident that killed a bunch of mutants. Obviously, in the film, it's not clear if Wolverine did it or if Xavier did it because Xavier has these seizures that like can render anyone like pretty much like brain dead kind of situation. But Wolverine is looking after him. But it's like we don't know. Like they don't give us the definitive answer. Did Wolverine actually kill the the mutants? Because in the comic of Old Man Logan, spoilers if you haven't read it, read it. It's such a great story. He's the cause of like the mutants not being like all the mutants being dead because Mysterio, like mind juggles him, thinking that he's fighting all the like villains, but then Wolverine realizes he's killed all the X-Men, like all his friends and that stuff. So that's why he goes like solo, kind of thing. But yeah, yep, there you go.
Yeah, like to end it off, like personally, I think Logan is S tier. It's the same with like some others. Like I would put it in S plus if I could, just because I personally think it is the best of the Fox stuff, personally. And like the fact that even though it's of course like it ends it all off, it ends it off perfectly, I think. Like it just ends it off on a nice tone, like it's the end of Wolverine, at least what we thought in this film. And so like it's a nice sending off, like the tone of it and how it just is like I said before, we finally get a film where Wolverine is doing the stuff that he mostly does on at least every comic book page, where he's just like there's like blood and gore and he's like ripping people apart and like he's doing this, that, and the other. But then in like the recent Fox or in the Fox film before this, of course, there wasn't as much blood because they weren't able to because of their age rating. But the fact that this is now an 18, they can just do whatever. Like he just
Yeah.
And also to add on to your point earlier, I don't know if this is what you were gonna get onto, but I remember you saying about a adamantium bullet doing him, and then I'm pretty sure I don't know if he does get done by adamantium bullet in this, but I just know that like at least I know to add on to X-Men 2, which to be fair, I could put it a bit lower because of this, or like it
Mm,
makes it a bit weirder. Is that in
yeah.
X2 he gets shot in the head with a normal bullet and goes down. Like he get it like when he's at Bobby Drake when he's at Iceman's house, he's on the porch and he gets shot by a cop with a normal bullet and he
Mm,
drops down instantly. And yet in this film, he's taking like machine gun fire, like he's
yeah.
and and that Logan in X2 is way younger, so he should be able to take it way more. And so personally, I'm gonna put X2 down one.
So would you put X2 down at A and put Deadpool up there at S, or
Yes, I would put Deadpool S.
and then in terms of X2's placement, would you put it at the high ranking of
Um,
A, so
I
replacing
would put
first
it
class?
personally at the top of A.
Okay, then we'll move Deadpool up above here. So there we have that. Zion, do you have any objections to the Logan ranking right now? And if you wanted to move any other stuff?
I totally agree that this movie should be the top of S because even though it's not my favorite X-Men movie, it's still the best X-Men movie.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this movie was the best send off for Logan. This universe, well, Earth 10,005 version of Logan, and what they did with the Reavers bringing that in, and how they had Albert really become X-24. I
Mm,
like how they did that, and then bringing in X-23 to be Logan's successor. And what can what can be said about the movie that already really hasn't been said? The only thing, this could be like a personal thing, but the only thing that I wish that they had in like any of these Wolverine movies is that they could have introduced like Dakin at some point.
mm,
But that's like a great like the whole like X-Men franchise in general, not just this movie.
yeah.
Since they introduced X-23, it would have been nice to see like his son along with his daughter
Yeah.
and
I
see
think
how.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the
Well,
case. Like, let's hope the MCU, like after Secret Wars, gives that kind of justice to the X-Men like roster. But yeah.
but overall, yeah, Logan peak movie, so it should be at the
Mhm.
peak of the list.
Yep. Well, there we go.
And also have that
Now,
movie. I had that movie on DVD and Blu-ray as well.
nice, nice. So now we have got. So let me see. We have got a few films left. So we got Deadpool 2. That Ashwan, you have the chance to rank this. Where shall you put it in this ranking?
Personally, just because there's nothing there, and also thinking about it now, I personally think that it should go in B.
Oh, there we go.
Really?
Just because I when I first watched it, I really enjoyed it. Like, because it was a continuation of the first one, just like it has the same wittiness and the same like how Deadpool has to be. It's like he's in this, he's exactly the same as I think he is in the first one. Like of course it introduces Cable, first live action Cable, and I personally think he does a good job at it. You have Domino, you have Juggernaut, Colossus back in it. You have the whole X-Force thing, of course. That went to shit, but yeah. And also I would have gave it a bit higher because there's a Brad Pitt is in this film for a split second, but Brad Pitt is in this film. So, but it's just like the whole X-Force thing. As much as it's kind of annoying because a lot of people like myself was like, oh, X-Force, like we're getting this like cool little Deadpool's getting this all cool team, and then they all just go and like die. It's just like it's kind of annoying, but also at the same time it suits a Deadpool film. Like if they were to do it in any other film, then like I don't think it would suit the narrative too well, but it suits this. And it just suits how like he goes about stuff, and Domino, of course, like whole thing is luck, and so like she's one of the main one who's like survives, and she's able to do stuff, and like I personally just like the whole story of it because like it's just mostly just Fire Fist, who is a character in this film as well. That he in the future basically torched Cable's house with his child and wife in, and so Cable's now gone back to the past to then kill Fire Fist because of what he's going to do in the future, and so it's a cool like thing of Deadpool basically um trying not to let Cable kill Firefist just because like he somewhat likes him, and like they've got to like know each other fairly well, and like one of my like favorite parts of this film, and why like I would give it A, but the films that are in A, like that's the reason why I put it in B, because I don't think they're on the same level. But I really love the Colossus and Juggernaut fight, because we get like this is the first film where I feel like we get like, even though he could be bigger, we get a big Juggernaut. Like it's not just Vinnie Jones. It's like an actual like fully like big, even though we CGI, but it's a fully like actually big like massive Juggernaut. And so like I just like the whole dynamic of that, and also just like I can't like name all of them, but when Wade and Firefist go into the prison, there's kind of like little mutant like clues in there, little mutant Easter eggs, and so like if you know your stuff, then you know like who they're referring to, and it's just like a I think it's just an overall just good film, and I personally just like I don't really know what else to say, to be honest. I just enjoyed it, and so I thought I'd give it B, to be honest.
Fair enough. Zion, let's would you change this B ranking?
This is the Deadpool movie that I like the best out the trilogy. Because I just think that this, to me, Deadpool 2 is like better than the first one. It like improves on some of the characters, and the story I like it better. And Deadpool 2 to me is the funniest out the trilogy. Like yeah, 1 and Deadpool 3 has like some notable moments, but it's just that Deadpool 2 that has like the funniest ones, like the when he got ripped in half, the whole X-Force like dying in like comedic ways. Going back to when he got ripped in half, when it was going to the blind Al's house, and then you just see like a Deadpool head and like a baby body. Yeah, that, and then it's just it improves on the first one. Well, to me, it improves on the first one. It's funnier than the first one. The stories, I think, is better, and introduces like characters like like Domino and Cable, and they were good additions to the movie, and I think that they were done very well. The fight between Juggernaut and Colossus, that was a good fight, because I remember watching, and then they had both in that movie, and then I was like, it would have been cool if they got the fight, and then this movie fulfilled that wish. And the post-credit scene was like funny when he was going back in time with like the Cable's like time device, and then going back and killing the original Deadpool that was in X-Men Origins, and then stopping the writing of like the Green Lantern movie. Yeah, but overall, to me, I'll put this above the first Deadpool in S tier.
You know, put it in S tier. Okay. So let's we move. So you want to replace the first Deadpool and replace it, or do you want to keep Deadpool still like the first Deadpool S, or would you want to put it at A or B, or do you want to put another
I
film
mean,
at B?
we could keep it at S, really,
Okay.
just
Yeah.
below the second one.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna do a quick move X-Men original to B, just as like a standard. That's a good standard B. So I'll put it there. Now, okay. Now this one's gonna be a very quick one, because I think everyone is gonna be wanting to put this somewhere specific. So we have X-Men Dark Phoenix. Oh my god. So obviously just checking the chat. Zion is correct. Domino is stunning in this movie. Absolute criminal that she wasn't in Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah, I was
Absolutely.
surprised she wasn't in. I thought at least her and Cable would come back. If not Cable, then at least Domino.
I think it was scheduling conflicts maybe with her, because then she was very successful in like Atlanta. And then obviously she's been booked in like a lot of films and that stuff. So maybe it was a case of that. Maybe they just didn't like, because that like cast and crew, like the Deadpool crew, didn't really get to do much in Deadpool Wolverine, because we'll get to that. But yeah. Then Keanu Reeves goes, lol, Cable told Deadpool that he looked like a clown in a gimp suit. Yeah, and we did have a DC reference from Deadpool going like, what are you, from the and also the dubstep
And he
joke.
was, and he was like, Cable was like, "Who are you?" And Deadpool was like, "I'm Batman."
Yeah. Now, okay. I think everyone's going to agree on this. The bottom of F tier. So let's put it to the furthest point over there. Oh wait, there you go. Dark Phoenix. Yeah. Let's be let's be brief on this monstrosity of a film. I think so. Like, yeah. Terrible film. Just absolute. Like, we thought Last Stand did the Phoenix Saga bad. This film was like, hold my wood that stabbed Mystique to death by accident, but everyone wanted that to happen. Yeah. My gosh. Well, that was only the one highlight of that film, that it killed Mystique off. Yeah. Other than that, so messy. Like, what's her face? Jessica Chastain in this film. Why? I think like they were trying to make her Miss Sinister, but her character was some weird alien. And then like when you hear about the cut plot that apparently her alien race was going to be the Skrull, and you're like, wait, what? Yeah, Skrulls, and you're like, what? That's dumb. But also, it would have been the first, Skrulls in the like Marvel films. But yeah, this whole film just sucked. Like, I think there's one kind of redeeming factor that Nightcrawler gets to do a cool action scene, but after that, it's rubbish. So we put it at F. Well, I put it at F. Any objections to this F? Like the bottom of the bottom.
If I could put it lower, I would, but I can't.
I
Same.
tried. It retracted. It was just like. Yeah. Okay.
I put it in Z tier.
Z is usually like in the Dragon Ball games, it's the best rank. F is bad. We'll leave it. We'll leave it at that. So we move on from a disaster to the New Mutants. Ashwan, let's give this film some a little bit of screen time. What do you think? Where shall it belong on the tier list?
Personally, just because of like the other films or like what films are in this, like in these categories, I'll put it top of C. Personally, it's just like I get why you'd put it lower if you have seen it, but like I personally just liked it. Like I think that Anna Taylor-Joy just does a perfect casting of magic. Like she plays the role so well. Like when I watched it, I just like it's kind of annoying that she hasn't come back, or she probably won't, because I just don't think they will get like a more perfect like actor for the role personally. But she was good in it. Danny Moonstar, of course, is the main character, and like she's fairly good in it. You've got Charlie Heaton as Cannonball in it. He's like he doesn't get like that much screen time. He doesn't really use his powers that much, but I think basically they casted him off the back of Stranger Things, and because he had a bit of heat off of Stranger Things, and he's a bit younger, that I think that this is one of the main reasons why he got the role. Of course, is it Sunspot in this?
Yeah, he's Sunspot. Yeah, so he's like if you know X-Men 97, he's that character, and it's the second time we've had Sunspot in the Fox universe. We did have him in Days of Future Past, who unfortunately the actor passed away, but he did a great job. But yeah, this was he was this in New Mutants. Obviously, we have Sunspot here, so there you go.
But like I just think, like personally, I just like watched it. Like I watched it with my friend because my friend likes magic, and like I just like the whole like horror dynamic of it as well. Like it suits the film. Like I remember like when I first saw the trailer of it, like because I was like kind of little. Like I remember seeing it and instantly was like, I think like I physically was a bit shook in the cinema because I saw the guys with like the long like smiles and like the weird looking enemies. And I saw them and instantly I was like, what the hell was that? And I instantly just got scared in the cinema whilst I was watching something. And so like I like the whole horror dynamic of it. I like just I like just how they go about portraying the characters, because this was kind of an introduction to some of these characters for me. And of course, like if you know, like watch this and know comics, and it may be shit. I'd like, to be fair, if it is, then like just let me know. But like personally, I watched it and I liked it a lot, and I just liked the casting for the characters, and just like how they just go about certain stuff. Like the magic casting, I think is perfect. Sunspot does a very good job. Moonstar is like very good. Danny Moonstar is very good. Well, is it Wolf? She is playing Wolfsbane, right?
Yeah, she's playing Wolfsbane. Wait,
Yeah,
let
she's
me
like
confirm that, because imagine I get that wrong and then I'm gonna be haunted by this tragedy that is. Yeah, she's Wolfsbane. There you go. Simple. Like
well,
if I said
like
she was
yeah, I'm pretty sure she's a very well-known actor, because I don't know if it was before this or after this. I'm pretty sure before, but
It was before.
she went from Game of Thrones to this, or
Mm,
she was in Game of Thrones, and so like you have like a pretty big or somewhat big cast in this. Like you have
mm,
Anna Taylor Joy who plays Magic, who like after this that like I don't know if it's probably wasn't the starting point, but after this she's now gone on to do like fairly big things. Like the actor for Wolfsbane or actress for Wolfsbane is like she was in Game of Thrones and she's been in stuff ever since. Of course, Charlie Heaton's playing Cannonball and he's mostly in Stranger Things, not really in much other stuff. But I just personally think they play their characters very well, and I enjoyed it when I watched it personally. But, yeah.
fair enough. What do you think, Zion? Do you think it still stays at the C tier at the top of C, or would you put it lower or above?
Basically, I can't say anything because this is the only movie on this list that I have never seen before.
Oh, oh no. Well, I mean, I bet like after today you will either want to watch it or be like, I don't know. You know what? I'm okay. So I'm gonna keep it at C tier, but I think X-Men Last Stand's a little bit better, just tiny bit. But I do agree on your point that like, I do know the New Mutants in the comics. That obviously like the time setting in this film is very confusing because there's some thoughts that it's actually supposed to be in the Logan timeline, because of the kind of like doctor that's looking after them is working for that person, Xander Rice. And like the film has that's the only kind of link that like this is possibly after Logan. Strange. Like, and I know like in the comics they kind of were just like the new generation of like the mutants. I mean New Mutants. But they're not in like the future setting time, and you have like you understand more of like Magic's connection in terms of the mutant lore of like how she's the sister of Colossus, and none of these characters in the film have a costume except like Magic gets her kind of like arm and that stuff. But I think this was probably a solid rendition of Sunspot in live action. Like he's actually like, how in '97 he's like pitch black, but he's got the fire around him, giving that kind of like aura and that stuff. I think like the way they do Sunspot in this is actually quite sick, and like they make it even more horrific that he's turning into this fire, like pitch black, sort of like energy fire kind of thing. And like we do have one appearance of the dragon, is it Lockheed, that usually is around like Kitty Pryde, but Magic usually has a connection to it, which we do see in the film is like an actual creature. So it's like, okay, cool. But yeah, it was definitely a weird time when it came out. 2020, it was meant to come out earlier, but it's a weird outlier in the Fox universe, but it's okay for a standalone. So I kind of keep it at C. Over there, it could be the potential like Wolverine might be better slightly, but then again, it's like a lot of the Wolverine stuff kind of overshadows that like to be there. But anyway, now we have our last film. I know it has been a long running, but now we have the last film for the X-Men films, and it is none other than Deadpool and Wolverine. Now, Zion, where will you put this in your ranking?
This is kind of a complicated one because Deadpool 3 is similar to Spider-Man No Way Home, where it's like a multiverse film for the third movie, and it leans so much on like the nostalgia bait and bringing in characters from like the past movies. Deadpool 3 with Wolverine, I would say is it's gonna be controversial, but I think that is the least best out the Deadpool trilogy, and that's and mainly because like it doesn't feel like a traditional Deadpool movie really, because like sideline the Deadpool crew, they focus on like MCU connections and the thing with bringing like the past, um, just Fox characters, but also just like characters from like other media. Like they brought in Blade and Elektra from their universes, and they brought in Johnny from the Fantastic Four. And, Cassandra Nova was not a bad villain, like an interesting villain. I would say that like as a villain, she is better than how Fire Fist was like the antagonist in the second movie. And this movie had like a lot of payoffs for like Wolverine, and people say like they brought back Wolverine, but this technically isn't the Wolverine we know. This isn't 10,005 Wolverine. This is a Wolverine from like a different world. So this is not our Logan that died. So I like how they did that when like they brought in a Wolverine from a random universe and then plucked them in. And finally, he wore like comic accurate suit, which we've been waiting like 23 years. Well, even though me and Ashwan haven't even been alive for 20 years. Just fans in general have been waiting like over like 20 years just to see Wolverine in his comic accurate costume, and got to him not in just that costume, but also like other renditions like the brown suit, the Age of Apocalypse. We got to like comic accurate hype Wolverine, Calverine. They were all just like a fun montages, and I would say that they brought in like the characters in that little resistance very good. Like they brought like how they brought back Blade, Elektra, and X-23, and I like how they didn't like kind of like rehash the relationship that Logan and Laura had. It was just that it's like its own thing, and how like they're setting up for like Secret Wars and Doomsday, and just overall, it's not a bad movie. I'll say it's a good movie, but I'll probably have to put it in top of B tier.
So top of B tier. Okay. Ashwan, now what are your like? Do you think it belongs in B tier, and why? Like, very quickly, why?
Personally, I don't. I think it should go in A tier. Just because like I'm not a person who like grew up watching like I wasn't of the age of like I watched Blade, I watched Elektra, I watched this, that, and the other. Like I watched the Fantastic Four, but I I watched them a bit later, and so like I love Wesley Snipes' Blade. I mean, Elektra is a bit iffy, but like
Mhm.
I love the Fantastic Four movies, and just to get these characters like back on the screen and to have the debut of Gambit, is it just like as much as this is like a multiverse storyline, sometimes they can be a bit off, and sometimes they can be like good. I feel like this one done what it needed to be, but still kept it like to Deadpool, and just the other thing of like the whole montage of the Wolverines, like personally, like that alone gives it a bit of a nudge up, just because you have, of course, you have the brown suit, you have Old Man, you have the um one on the cross or one on the X cross. You have like Comic Accurate, you have the Cavalry, and it's just like it's just like the little montage, like the montage of that, like just the whole bye 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 dance at the start. Like when I said about the intros, like that intro for this film, it's just honestly as soon as I heard it and then watched it, like it's perfect for the film. Like um, and it's just like the whole Deadpool core thing as well. Like their whole like dynamic in the film, like it's pretty cool. Like we get that in live action form, which like you wouldn't get in any other film except like if they were able to do it like this. Even though there's like some Deadpool variants that maybe people may have wanted, like say if there's some other different ones, but you near enough get like what you would want with a Deadpool core, and of course the best pull is of course Peter Paul. Peter Paul is the best pull, and I think that alone gives it an A tier. But like to add on to the Deadpool core as well, I will just quickly say that amongst the people in that Deadpool core, there's some like A-list actors in there that people may not know, even though they probably do. But of course, his wife plays Lady Deadpool, Blake Lively. You've got Matthew McConaughey as Cowboy Paul. Under the costume of Welsh Paul is Wrexham's former striker. I think he may be there. It might have went out on loan, but Paul Mullen. And then Head Paul is Nathan Fillion. And so like you've got certain like actors and voice actors just playing these like little like stupid characters, and yet it's just I don't know. I just when I first watched it, like I just loved it to bits, and like I heard people saying afterwards that it's like a bit of a mess, and it's like this, that, and the other. Like it's a bit of a mess. It's does this, that, and the other, and it's like, but it's like still good, but it's just messy. But I personally, I feel like it's just overall just good, and like I like just the whole like dynamics through it, and I personally just think like it does what it needs to do to implement Deadpool into the MCU and does a great job in doing it. So.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so initially I was kind of like on the same, like, similar page with Zion, like how, when we get to Spider-Man No Way Home, it's gonna be a controversial one, but like how, this film is a nostalgia beta. Like, so for me, I grew up with the Fox films, like a lot of people did. And, I was kind of emotional at the end when it shows like the behind the scenes of each Fox film, and like how there was like there was a guy who dressed up as Spider-Man in the first X-Men film and showed up on set. It's just like, I'm in the wrong place. So there's like it's a funny ass clip. Like it's like I recommend it. It's like just like it's an iconic thing, and like that made me emotional for the film. But then like when you watch the film, the plot is a bit but it's like a lot of things that we wanted to see, we finally get to see. Also, like Pyro here is in this film, and he's in like a costume, which is awesome. And then obviously we have like Wesley Snipes and all the kind of like cameos. And Sandra Nova is quite a good villain that they did. And I don't know if they'll ever do that character again, just because it's like, yeah, and Human Torch, Cavalrine, wow, like the balls they had to get like Henry Cavill. I mean, yes, I enjoy the occasional nostalgia baiting. Don't we all? I mean, that's why we collect. But I think one of the things is like seeing. I mean, hey, favorite Deadpool right here, right here. But like this is one of the iconic scenes we see in this film. It's definitely making me want to get the Marvel Legends figure, which we do have a few of these characters like the Headpool and Cowboy, Deadpool, also Chris Evans, iconic. Let me see if it does. So I do have like a hidden Easter egg about this film. I'm hoping that their shot is here, but I'm betting you didn't know Psylocke was in this film.
I'm
She's
aware
in
of
the
it
film.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they have it on these pictures. If not, I'm just going to search it up because, yeah. So Psylocke is in this film along with other, kind of like replacement actors or like stunt actors, sort of filling the role as certain other like variants of characters. So you had like Azazel, you had a Bullseye, you had a Lady Deathstrike, and of course you had Psylocke, and you also had some character like you had a Toad as well. Like people, you probably wouldn't even seen them. Like you also have characters like the Russian from Punisher, which is a film we'll hopefully
Punisher.
get. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
It's like once you watch like new rock stars and you basically like know all like the Easter eggs in like these movies and like these like little cameos.
yeah, exactly. But like they probably didn't know this, but Psylocke here, I think this is the best shot we can get of her. Like you can see her when like whatchamacallit is getting Chris Evans is talking the shit about Sandra Nova before he meets his very bad end. This Psylocke was played by my auntie. So this is my auntie from my mom's side. So yeah, she played Psylocke, and she told me this before the film, like before the film trailer, that she was part of Deadpool Wolverine as like the stunt stuff. So there you go. If you didn't know, now you know. Psylocke was in the film, and she was played by my auntie. Who knows if we wanted to get her on the stream? Who knows? I don't know. I don't think so. But more importantly, let's finish this ranking. I am gonna keep it at A. I initially was thinking B, but actually, I'm gonna keep it at A. But I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna move it slightly in between. I think I'm gonna put it in between X2 and X-Men First Class, and I think it's because like the story isn't there, but the nostalgia is very much the factor of this film. And if you think of just that as the film and how much it does for fan service, then I think you're in for a good ride. And like the humor is top notch with the Deadpool films. Deadpool Wolverine especially goes on like a crazy tangent. But yeah, there we go. That is so. Now let's briefly let's get through the checklist again, or the tier list. We have S. We have Logan, Days of Future Past, Deadpool 2, Deadpool 1. Then A. We have X2, Deadpool Wolverine, and then First Class. And then B. We have X-Men, the original film. C. We have X-Men Last Stand, the New Mutants, and the Wolverine. Then D, we have X-Men Origins Wolverine and X-Men Apocalypse. And then right at the bottom F, which these three films here are put in there just because they're useless features. I wouldn't count them in this list. But if we were to remove them and not have them there, the worst of the worst is Dark Phoenix. So there we are. Before we close out, do we want to do any final changes to this tier list?
I still believe X2 should be S tier.
Now, can we agree? Like, what is the final vote on that? Right now, X2 is on a high A. Do we move it to it at like a low S, or keep it as a high A?
I'll be okay with it being low S.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, Virtual Dave, but X2 is back on S, baby. And then any other? Do we need to do any other changes? I think we're fine. But yeah.
I would put the first X-Men an A, personally.
Okay. And where would you put that? Would you put that as top of A or?
I would put it in the middle.
Oh, there we are. So no film goes on B, which is fine. That's totally fine. Oh,
Oh, that's the background.
oh no. Yeah. So that is the final ranking of the X-Men movies. Of course, now we've done the change. So we'll go Logan, X-Men: Days of Future Past, Deadpool 2, Deadpool 1, X2, Deadpool Wolverine with A, X-Men, and X-Men First Class. Nothing for B. C, we have X-Men Last Stand, New Mutants, the Wolverine, X-Men Origins Wolverine on D, as well as X-Men Apocalypse. And then F, we have all the random cuts. So the Deadpool No Good Deed, Once Upon a Time Deadpool, and X-Men The Road Cut. And then most at the bottom, we have Dark Phoenix. But yeah, there we have that. Yes. Oh, where did everyone go? Oh, there we are. Ah, they appeared. That is it for Rank the Movies, the first edition. Yes, it was a long one, almost to 4 hours. But let us know what you think down in the comments below. Make sure you like the video and comment what would you rank the kind of like tier list for you for the X-Men movies. And we'll be back with rank the movies, but next time it will be the more independent films. So that includes Fantastic Four, that includes the Punisher movies, and the one-offs like Blade, not yet Spider-Man, not yet. But Spider-Man, that's a separate one. Or Sony. So thank you all for tuning in to our first edition of Rank the Movies. Of course, this is Gen Z Report. Let's all go around the table from A to Z. Ashwan, where can the lovely people find you?
Right, Ashwan231 on Instagram, Ashwan231 Comics on YouTube. I post every week, every Wednesday, but of course, like I said, this week maybe a bit later, depending on bank holiday. But of course, I'm here every Saturday, Gen Z Report, as always. Every 2 weeks, Legends of Liquor. Sometimes on the after show. Normally, I tend to be there. But yeah, catch me on Dan Who, Legends of Liquor, here every 2 weeks. And of course, clues in the name, comics, where I am on YouTube. Of course, find me there, talk comics, and yeah, maybe some pickups as well. But yeah, it's been me.
Nice. And then, of course, Zion. Well, actually, yeah, Zion. I was going to say A to Z, but yeah. Zion, and the lovely people find you.
You can find me on Instagram at DJRossi_. Here every Saturday and every 2 weeks on Legends and Liquor on Dan Hood's channel.
Nice. And of course, you can find me here with the lovely co-hosts on the Gen Z Report. The channel Zman12Bat, Agent Zman. You can find me on Instagram, Agent_Zman, where I'm doing photography. And I will also be on Legends and Liquor as well with the lovely co-hosts, probably Group 2. Woo woo!
The best group.
Group 2 rules.
Group 2 rules. And who knows, if Kenny does a Group 3, I'm always there, jumping in for
Yeah.
that. Honoring, like, I think I was one of the first. I mean, I am one of the first Group 3 members. So there you go. But I wanted to thank you all for watching this long video or long stream where we talked about the ranked movies. But I'd like, yeah. So now, everyone, take care. And as Dan Hu says, go to bed. But yeah, this is us signing off. Bye.
Requested.
The Gen Z Report, your weekly dose of awesome.
Toys and comics.
Covering all the topics. Week in, week out. That's what it's all about.
The only source you need.
The Gen Z Report.
Gen Z Report.
Gen Z Report.
Ashwan, Zion, Z-Man.